Alright, how are we all doing? It's Sunday night, so that means we're live here from the shed. I hope you're all keeping well out there. Wonderful. And how has your week been out there? Mine was very busy, and I didn't get anywhere near the shed at all, so I haven't been in here. Except for Wednesday, I rocked in for a couple of seconds just to empty the dehumidifier, but other than that, I'm near the place. But I have been very busy. So, no video up during the week, but we will have a bit of crack tonight anyway. And hopefully all will go well. So just if I could, as I usually do when I start the live stream, could I ask that someone just check to see if the sound quality is alright. So just give me, if someone can just type up a sound report for me, I'd appreciate that a lot. And we'll go from there. If anyone's watching. If anyone is watching out there. Who is with Stevie Boots is here. Good stuff. Right, we've got 3 sound reports here. I don't know what's going on because this says there's only 2 people watching at the minute, which is a bit strange because there's, I'm one of them, and there's at least 4 of you have counted. I think that live chat counter thing doesn't be all that accurate at the time. So how are you keeping, lads? I hope it's all going well. Good audio and video. That's what I like to hear. That's what we need. So, Sunday rolls around quick enough, doesn't it? It's unbelievable. Where does the time go to? It's incredible. It's Sunday again already. Sure, it's like 2 minutes ago when I did this last week. And here we are, Sunday again. I'm kind of hoping tonight doesn't go on quite as long as last Sunday did. I think it was after 1 o'clock in the morning when I rolled an hour here last Sunday, so probably will try not to do that. But then when you get into the chat and it's going well, it seems to become more fun as the night goes on as well. So it's hard to pull the plug when you're having fun. And unfortunately, there isn't a barman here to tell you that you've had enough and it's time to close. Good man, Mike from Tipperary. Jerry has the heating on for the first time this year. Yeah, you'll want it too. It's a nasty night out here. It's raining cats and dogs now. It's lashing out there. A couple of minutes ago for about an hour, it was lashing rain. It's just kind of stopped there now. But they're giving more, unfortunately. But it's the time of year that it is. Summer is well and truly over now. Anyway, there's no denying that it's winter time out there tonight. He met a brass monkey earlier that was looking for a welder. How yous all? And anyways, sure, we're all just super duper, Super. Good evening, Chipmunk. Nice to have you in the chat. Thanks for tuning in. So we've got we've around 10 or 11 here at the minute. Is it a bit chilly? He's asking Jerry. Yeah, could be alright. Could be. I don't know what part of the world you're in. But it's not overly warm here today. It wasn't too bad now. That's probably about 12 or 13 degrees, But it's certainly not summer. It was lashing rain all day as well, actually. Some heavy showers too, and I was out and about in it, which wasn't great. But and a few things that I had to do outside, whether the rain was there or not. 12 to 14 is ideal. Yeah, no, it's a nice temperature for walking in. The White Sapphire is here too. Are we doing another screwdriver tonight? No, we are not doing another screwdriver tonight. I'm just playing with it because why not? I was sitting on the bench looking at me. It's gone flat, which is a bit sad. But I think, you see, the problem is it spent half its life plugged in on charge, and then I think it misses being on charge if it's left off. And it wasn't on charge for a day or two. But really, this thing is going to have its day as well. I might get a couple of sub-seasons, stick them into her. She is worth it, I suppose, but I never use it these days anyway. We'll see. It's 7 degrees where Jerry is. Whereabouts are you, Jerry? No need to go giving me your location to in the nearest footlight, but just, in the nearest 100 miles. If you can. If you want it, that is. It's not my business either. I got a load of these out with skip. And I don't know if they were thrown out because they were faulty, or if they were thrown out because the light fittings they were in were also disposed of. But so I got about 7 or 8 of these. They're the Philips LED replacement. Yeah, LED tubes in a skip. That's right, Mr. Chipmunk. And when I seen them, I thought that's interesting. Now the only thing is, in here, I've nothing to test them with, because this is a 4-foot tube fluorescent fitting under the bench, and it's running a T12 because, for historical reasons, we sort of like the light off a T12 tube, and it was working, so we stuck them under there. But the rest, the other 2 lights in the workshop here are LEDs. There's a 4-foot double LED and a 5-foot double, and they're very bright, as you all know. When I turn them on, everything goes white. And then inside, I've got a double T5 Philips light. So this won't fit in that I have here. But I was thinking I might crack this one open and see if there's anything obviously wrong with it. And then I might, they might come in handy in the shed next door to heat the tools and that. There's a couple of 5-foot fittings in there. So if we save a little bit of electricity, life will be good. But I couldn't imagine it being burned out. Although one of the fluorescent fittings I have here was faulty, and it turned out to be a little cap in the power supply. I did a video on it at the time when I got it. Also courtesy of a skip. So I would say to people, if you see these LED lights in a skip or whatever, they're worth, and you have a pair of hands, they're worth bringing home and having a look at. You might get them going again. Chipmunk had one of these screwdrivers, an 18650, and a lithium charger. That's what I've been thinking of doing, actually. And I think I went as far as going ahead and buying the little charger board and all. Oh, I was going to use that for a different project, though. No, I was going to do it. Well, I could find its way into this, actually, now. The only thing is, the 18650 won't fit with the screw in the middle. But we could cut the post out with the Dremel and just bang a couple of cable ties around it. I was going to turn this. These were, I got 2 of these little LED lights, and they were in Lidl a while ago, and they were only €4, so I couldn't walk past them. But they take 3 AA batteries, so I was thinking of putting an 18650 in one of these and a charging controller and all, and then it'll be a rechargeable light. Again, we get these notions and we never see them through. Those old fluorescent tubes can last more than 15 years. Yeah, they can, alright, yeah. I don't know if you're just in that. These aren't fluorescents, these are LED fluorescent replacement too for let's try to catch up with the old chat here. If we can. Something else I must say once again, and this is becoming a bit of an issue. I do not see all the comments. Don't know why, but when I look back, and I'm using live chat and all that, but I do notice that when I look back on a live stream, that there's comments there that weren't there, that didn't come in live. And I also have my phone down as well, so I'm looking at the comments on the monitor behind the camera and here beside me. And they seem to be the same, but I don't know. Just something to be aware of. North Midlands of Ireland. Okay, Jerry, thank you. Just feed 240 into the power supply end, Dodge. Yeah, make sure it's the right end. The opposite end is a dead short. Oh, I'll probably check for that first. In Odgenodge units, some 70 clicks from Clarkstown. Yeah. Wonderful stuff. We've got 16 people here in the chat. Few things to talk about tonight, just silly things, but we might have a discussion about amateur radio. And I want to show you a rig that was a kit rig that was never finished. So if there's any amateur radio people in the chat later on, when things pick up a bit, we'll have a discussion about that. Tonight I'm having a bottle of beer or tray, and what I'm drinking is the Perlenbacher, which I had the keg of this a couple of weeks ago. If you'll remember, we were drinking a keg of stuff here, and that's the bottles. It's nice tack. Oh yeah, the special bog standard fluoro fitting without the ballast and the starter. Yeah, and then people were talking about the health and safety implications of this, saying, "Oh, it's dangerous to have the 240 on the." I don't know. I mean, you could say the same then for the Bayonet cap bulb holder or whatever. So I don't go in for that. Really, is the power supply end marked on this? Well, it might be. There's no markings at all on that end near the camera, and on this end, all the crap about, use only with the ballast, TA 20 watts, 840, blah blah blah, 240 to 220, 240, 50, 60 hertz, made in China. So we could take a punt and say that this is this could be the power supply end. So let's try the other end. These are made of plastic, it won't break. And Jerry tells me, and Jerry knows because I think Jerry's an electrician, that these have a short circuit at the other end. Now, why would they do that? Why would they leave one end short circuited? That sounds like a nasty thing to do. B4L Funny Times is in the chat. Hello, B4L Funny Times. We hope you are keeping well and enjoying the live stream. Right, well, that's open circuit, that end. Nothing happening there. Did Mrs. Odgenodge give out about my 5-hour stream last week? Not particularly, no. Oh, it is marked. It's marked here on this end with live and neutral. So that is the end. It's reading out in the circuit. You don't know what I should expect to get there, if anything at all. But what we'll do is then we'll safely wrap 2 wires around the end and plug it in. I don't know. Yeah, and see does it light up. Will we do that for the crack? We may as well. I don't know if they're any use or not then. And chances are if one works, they'll probably all work. And if it doesn't work, we might crack the end off and see what's wrong with it. Does that sound like an idea, everyone? Let's see, where is my safe block? I was looking at the UK Vintage Radio Forum during the week there, and on the for sale bit, there was a few of these. One chap had a couple of these lovely switched MK plugs, which are really handy. I was tempted, but I don't really need them that badly. We'll use red for live, and we'll use black for neutral, And we will try not to lick the live wires. And obviously don't try this at home. At the time of my life, electrocuted in my shed. Will it light up? I don't know. 3, 2. Well, that was handy, wasn't it, boys and girls? I'm going to keep an eye out for a few more of them skips. That was handy. Result, Chipmunk. I'm kind of a bit disappointed it didn't go bang now. Northern Rambler, you enjoy your evening meal. Thanks for popping in to say hello. It's appreciated. Yeah. I'd call that a success. One. Oh, look like you're about over Star Wars, hey. One. Oops. Which one was that? Probably the live one. Alright, we'll turn that off. That's enough playing with a high voltage for now. Anyway, I wouldn't fall out with them. Tell me this, Chipmunk. How much do these go for retail? Although they're kind of a thing of the past now. I'd say you wouldn't say change out of 20 quid for one of those. So I think we got 6 or 7 of them. In fact, I might head back to where that skip is and see if there's more, because there was a rake of them in the skip. Come in handy. Cut down my electricity bill slightly. 20 watts nominal power. And what's a T8? 5-foot chill. They're probably what? 60 watts or 48 watts or something. 50 watts. So you're saving. Is that an LA tube? I paid £2 to £3 each for them. Ah, well, that's a bit disappointing, Dennis. That sounds really good, Dennis. Are you sure? Anyway, between £10 to £15 each maybe then as well. So I don't know. And of course, we will be tempted. Just to not bother with the fitting at all. I'm sure we could hook up wires nicely to the end of this and hang them up. That's probably frowned upon. Anyway, that is a success. And hopefully the night is full of successes like that. We've seen it here first. Of course, the sad thing is we didn't get to see inside it, but I'm a bit hesitant to just break it out open for the crack if it's working. So I'd say what happened then was the fittings went in the bin, and whoever was taking the fittings out says, "Oh, these are," took them out of the fittings or whatever. Interesting. A bit of shock block to the end is fine. So I was thinking, sort of what I was thinking, alright. Yeah, I think that's the approach we will be taking. Yeah. Oh, very good. That's why they got ditched, because the lack of a short on the other end would have meant that there was an open circuit in the ballast and they wouldn't come on. Very good, Chipmunk. Very good. Dennis says he thinks Ireland has had a few too many bangs lately. Raise a glass for those who lost their lives. Indeed. That was an awful awful tragedy up in Donegal. Unbelievable. Anyway, yeah, it's been an interesting week, not just in the vintage radio community. There's been a lot of weird things happening in the world. Not many good. But we won't go into all the nonsense. We avoid all that here anyway, as you're aware. So, that was the Philips tubes. So, that's a good start. Will we continue the run on the good start? Do you think it's possible to keep up this strong momentum? I don't know. I'm not overly confident. However, I thought we might have a look at something. And this is going to be a bit of a bingo bango, as we say here, alright? But we have something here on the ground in front of us. A machine that a lot of people are afraid of. Radio people have wrote about with fear. By the way, if you're wondering what this is, it's kind of a bit dark out lately, so... Oh... Didn't see me in Clive's live stream last night. No, I wasn't around last night. To be honest, I find Clive's live stream is just too fast for me. I get a headache looking at the live chat flying so quick. I can't keep up with it. And when I do go to write a reply to something, we're already 5 minutes down the road, so it's just a bit quick for me, to be honest. Oh, they're twist caps, and I've been pulling them off with the lighter. Oh dear. Anyway, what am I going to look at tonight? I was talking about a vintage radio that people fear. Some people fear. Maybe not me. Maybe not you. Some people right were feared about this. And I'm going to do something a bit dirty here. You know how the way things are here. Like, it's a bit different here, you know. It's a bit different. You know, we're not sitting here in a workshop with 400 oscilloscopes. We're not going to take something apart nut by bolt and start again. We don't do that here. But we can do enough. And we know enough to get by. The Bush DAC 10, feared by many radio restoration people due to its AC/DC construction and its main bulbs at HT potential and all sorts of weird, dangerous stuff. I'm going to plug this into my Variac. No idea if it'll work or not, although it has got a 3-pin plug. Right, I haven't turned it on yet. I'm going to catch up here in the chat. People are talking about the petrol station blowing up, which of course is a hard one to fathom, alright. Kevin B is in the chat as well. Good evening, Kevin. Thanks for popping in. By the way, if you are just in the chat, do give a thumbs up if you can. Hit the thumbs up. I know White Sapphire has already hit the thumbs up button, because she always does. So if you can give me a thumbs up on the video, I would appreciate that a lot. And the other thing that I noticed tonight is the camera in the monitor is the right way around for once. So I don't know. I didn't hit any buttons or anything. Thank you all for giving me thumbs up there. I appreciate that. Yeah, look at the flying up. You see, if I don't say it to you, you won't remember. Anyway, back at the ranch. Bush DAC 10 versus Variac. Down over here. Will it come on? Will it work? I do not know. But there's only one way to find out. Now, first problem. The main switch has been left in the off position for a long time. This doesn't bode well because the contacts in the main switch are probably going to oxidize now and it'll be open circuit. It may not work without a little bit of a spray. But we don't want to open it up. We want to see will it work. So we'll switch it on anyway. Turn it up all the way. And we'll see. I wonder does the dial pointer still work on it? See the dial pointer? I can't even see it under the dirt, but I'm not even going to brush the dust off it. I'm going to wind this up to about 50 volts and we'll leave it there for a minute or two and we'll see what happens. Now the switch could be open circuit, so we're not. Can I say happy birthday to Jane? She's listening in. I think we could go on better than that. I think everyone could sing happy birthday together. No, wait, because I'd be the only one she could hear. That wouldn't work. No, I'm not singing happy birthday. Well, I could sing happy birthday if you were to send me 10 euros. No, I won't do that. But Jane, a very happy birthday, and I do hope you enjoy vintage radios as much as your good man Kevin. Give it a go. No, Enda, I will not. No. Me singing days are far behind me. I don't hear it doing on, yeah. It'll be interesting. Even when they're working correctly, they take about 10 minutes to come on. It's nice to hear that. That's coming up to 9:30, or 8:30, should I say. So we're half an hour at this already. And what have we gotten for ourselves? What have we learned from all this? Not much. Well, we learned that it's worth a while stopping and looking at skips. Let's give this another little notch up. I wonder if I turned off the lights, would I be able to see? Oh. Would I be able to see the dial lights? The dial lights are probably born out, but I'll be able to see the valves lighting up. Not yet. We're probably not putting enough electricity into it anyway. Bench on. Come on, you old T12, you can do it. Them old T12 tubes, they can be a bit tired at times. It's getting a bit black at the ends. You feel like taking it out of service just to preserve it. Nudge this up another little bit. 126 volts. Ooh. As I say, the main switch mightn't be any use anyway. That's the old trick. Wenlock TVDX is in the chat and it's morning time. He's just out with a scratcher, so 6:30 in the morning. Good man, Wenlock. How are you doing? We hope you're keeping well down there on the other side of the world. I always get great crack out of this. Jay, I can't pronounce that. Says, my goodness, I'm late. Good to see you on the stream, John Joe. Good to see you too. I don't think I've seen you in the chat before. He's got some, Chipmunk has some 4-foot 40 watt fittings in the attic with the original AEI branded T12 tubes. Lovely stuff. Now, there's something about the old T12 tube, isn't there? I have access to a quantity of 8-foot T12 tubes if anyone is interested. But it's going to be difficult to post those. I changed my YouTube name. I was previously going by P. Pellerson. You see, that's the problem. People change their names, and you see these new names coming up, but it's the same dude or whatever. But that's fair enough. Now, we're going to have another one of these. I don't think this radio is going to just work. I think it's going to let me down. Now I have a DAC 10 in the house that I did up a long time ago, probably 2 or 3 years ago. Here I did a video or two on it, and 8 foot, 125 watt. Remember them well, good man Chipmunk. I think I was discussing this last week actually. Yeah, I don't think anyone still has 8 foot fittings. Yeah, probably about as much use as a chocolate teapot at this stage. Did one of these a couple of years ago. It had been a radio that was left into John's shop for to be repaired, and the man never came back. So when John was closing the shop, I brought it home here and put it back together. It works quite well indeed. In fact, we switched it on the other day. It's in the house at the minute. Switched it on the other day, but the dropper is after sucking a lot of damp in, and you know the way they stink when they've been lying up for a while. So I turned it off again. The house would be stinking, but I'll probably bring it out here and give it a run for an hour or two. Really, you need to be a radio with a dropper in it, or a television for that matter, or whatever has a dropper resistor. You need to be switching on once a month just to keep the damp out of them. Plug fuse, John Joe. Well, you know what code is. That's probably the first thing I should have checked, but I wanted to just plug it in and say, you know. No, I know all the purists out there be screaming and the output transformer and all. Well, they don't fail that quick anyway, even if it did work. And we have the means if it did not work out. Of course, you know, that approach to vintage radio where your man, you know, he takes the radio apart and he changes all the capacitors, right? And then he comes to the day to plug it in, you know, and it doesn't work because he's after making an arse with. No, get it working first. As we know, anyway, we don't mind telling people here how to suck eggs because everyone here in this chat knows all that. Let's go up another bit here. Oh, no way. We have dial lamps, lads. At 195 volts, we have a dial lamps. Can they be seen? They can be just faintly seen in this camera. So we're halfway there, right? The next thing is, will she make the choochie choochie noises? If you're just in the chat, please give a thumbs up, blah, 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 blah. I know you love me saying that. And you can see the dial lights are getting brighter now because the valves are starting to draw current and right? Because the dial bulbs are in series with the HT on the DAC 10. And that's why people are afraid of them, you see? But it's like anything in life. If you approach it with caution and whatnot, common sense. Dennis, have you noticed, this is a question for Dennis, but I'm reading it. Have you noticed they're actually making them to 1215 rather than through 4 foot or 5 foot? The plastic tubes tend to droop just enough to break contact with the end caps. Ooh. Not swap LED for 8 foot tubes, and since there are only 5 and 6 pairs, it's not worth it. Work involved. Hello, Roundy Mooney. Welcome aboard. Dear Mr. Mooney, please give a thumbs up if you haven't already done so. I know Roundy Mooney always gives a thumbs up. I don't have to ask you, Roundy. We're not 195 here. We're not here that just yet. Output transformer could be gone. We'll crank her up another bit anyway. I can tell you one thing though, she's drawing HD current alright because you can smell the dropper. I can smell her. That's a special smell. Only known to people who are into this kind of stuff. That special smell. For anyone who's just joined in, we are doing something. We're doing the thing that you're always told, never, ever, ever do. Don't just get a radio, plug it in, it'll explode. And of course, I'm not advising people to plug in, but as I said, we have the means. She is deaf. Now, I also know where this was kept, and I have a feeling the output transformer probably is effect anyway. she's open circuit already, I think. And you know that because you're not even hearing the hum, and you usually hear the hum even if nothing else works. Just from the standing HT current going through the transformer. So I suppose we could, for the crack, open it up. I don't like the smell of that dropper. I could bottle that and sell it to the Indians. Jesus Christ, it's stinking. Right, so there isn't even a home over. So there's problems. Alright, I'm over here. Too far off. I don't have much space in the bench for this crack either tonight. I'm not around to clean up the bench yet. It's a bit of a rough example anyway. That's why I'm a little bit carefree with this. Top of what's broken here, and someone's put a big washer underneath to try and hold it together. And that. Now we can probably glue that back together and tidy it up a bit, but you know. I think we're missing a screw, are we? Probably missing a couple. Missing a screw there, one here, one there, one, right. So there's 2 screws instead of 4. That's fair enough. 1, 2 out of 4 ain't bad. It depends what it's holding together, I suppose. I'm apart, radio. I know I wasn't the first man to come inside. Look inside you now. Look at you. You're an old radio. What did they do to you? This is a bit torturous. Oh, yeah. So, squint inside the venerable DAC 10. Oh, yeah. Oh. Squint inside the venerable DAC 10 with all its original wax capacitors in place. Nice one. Now, where's the output transformer? The output transformer is handily located here inside. And I get the feeling that it's open circuit, but it may not be. It may not be. Speaker first. Well, speaker and output minor. Yeah, reasonable. 0.7 of an ohm. You'd sort of expect that. Output transformer, 500 ohms. Let's disconnect one of the wires off the output transformer. See, does it still read that? I do like Bush stuff, although I wouldn't be as keen on this machine as it would be some of the other Bush stuff. Although they work reasonably well for what they are with their little frame area inside and that. There was the screw down into the inside. We're going to lose interest rapidly here. Oh, I see a capacitor has been replaced in this in the past. The one across the mains has been replaced, but nothing else has. Anyway, not to worry. Output transformers are right, but the sounds with 580 ohms. After that, I don't know. Weird that there wasn't even a hum out of it. You'd usually get some action. Anyway, we're gonna I'm going to put that to one side for tonight because we're not getting into all that. It is a bit disappointing though. We do like it when they just work. $35 watts. Not bad actually for a valve radio. There's only one home hours, yeah, the stink hour. Maybe thought the filter cap was the main smoother, or who knows. Well, of course, the other thing is, well, no, I'm not going to say. If the HT goes through the dial lamps, then it's got to be drawn HT, otherwise the dial lamps wouldn't light up. I don't know, odd one. I don't know. So that's that. We'll have to think of something else we can put up on the bench and break in a while. Well, it's a tough one, that's for sure. Let's say 8:45. We're 45 minutes into this nonsense already. It's hard to believe. I suppose what we could do now is we could have a little poll just to see how many people are here. And obviously people come and go, so we've 22 at the minute. We were up to like 28 there a while ago, but it's understandable. This is relating to the next thing I want to ask, but I don't want to ask it until there's people here to ask the question too, if that makes sense. La 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 la. I'm asking you, are you into amateur radio or not? Pretty six people have said no. That'll do, Chipmunk. You don't have to be an amateur radio person. Only interested. No, it's just to see does anyone here know the next thing that I'm going to show you. And it's a kit transceiver that was made available in the 90s by a company called Omega. It's kind of yes or no answer, as you know. I know, Roundy, but it's kind of is for me as well, I suppose. I think there used to be a lot of amateur radio people here that used to watch me, and I think I upset a lot of them by saying that I'm not 100% committed to the amateur radio cause. That's not to say I'm not 100% committed to the amateur radio cause. That's not right. I enjoy amateur radio when I do it. I just don't want to do it 24/7. some people get upset by that. Okie dokie. Right, I think, I don't know, 53% said no. That means 47% said yes. Now, this would have been a fairly sexy machine had it been finished. But I suppose, like a lot of things in life, it never happened. We have some of the modules for this, and we're missing some of the modules for this, but I have a feeling I'm going to bring this to the Goblin and get rid of it. I don't know if anyone's ever heard of one of these. So it's an Omega 9-band multi-mode HF transceiver designed by G4JST. And this was supposed to be the Dogs Do Dads. And this crowd, Omega Communications, were supplying all the shit. Or WPO Communications, sorry, it's called Omega. We're supplying all the gear to make this. I think it was done in not Practical Wireless, one of the more in-depth Wireless World or one of them. Did a series on this. Googling online doesn't give me a lot of information at all. But this was belonging to John anyway, and he was building this sort of in the early 90s, and I can remember the module sitting on top of a generator in the workshop in the TV shop, and this was a home music. Well, he never got around to finishing it, for whatever reason. I have a couple of the modules here. I have the VFO out, and I have the modulator and a few bits and pieces. So someone might be interested in it at the Goblin. I'm sure it would have made a fine transceiver had you finished it. And it has a digital readout and all that. I don't think I have the digital readout board. Well, I might. I'll have to have a look. And in the back here is all the relays and coils and stuff for the band selection. So it would have been a nice bit of gear. Like it wasn't cheap by any stretch of the imagination. And the weight of the heat sinks on the back is enough to let you know that quality gear, you know. But I was just curious if anyone here has come across one of these. A challenging build for the kit, yeah, no, should be at the more advanced level, or like that. I'd never ever get around to doing that with it, and I know I wouldn't. So I'm gonna bring it to Goblin and see if anyone there wants it. They can have it for the bits if they want it. It doesn't bother me. No point in me having it here. So unfortunately, the Swamo didn't get around to finishing this, which is a bit of a shame. Oh, we do have the VFO, the readout. There's the counter readout there, LCD. You'd be putting in something a bit sexier today if you were going to build it, I'd imagine. But I think this. So the 10.7 megahertz crystal in it, but that might be the BFO. It is not illegal to own a transceiver without a license. It's only illegal if you start banging down the key. No, you're perfectly okay to buy a transceiver. Yeah, so that was that. I was just wondering if anyone had seen one of them. I didn't think anyone would, to be honest. But because I couldn't find much online about them, so I don't think there was that many knocking about. Anyway, it'll be made available on the Ring and Boy at the Goblin. off the old blinding lights. And we can probably put that poll to bed as well. And the poll. And the results of the poll are only 17 people voted. Someone letting off a few fireworks in the distance there too. Let me catch up with the comments here in the chat live on Sunday night here at All Knowledge HQ. Blah 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 blah. Jerry and Chipmunk are having discussions about wiring up kitchens, which sounds like hell. Because we all know what trades are like. Going in there after carpenters and plumbers and stuff wouldn't be wonderful. Kitchen fitters. Any tips for a good starter transceiver kit for White Sapphire with a view to obtaining a license in due course? That there is a can of worms. Do I have any good tips? Not particularly. I don't know. Was anyone else here? I've chased away all the amateur radio people off my channel, so there's no one to ask. I don't know. What would a good set be? Transceiver, right? It's getting one at a good price as well, and that's the thing. I think I said to you before about this though. I would recommend getting a good communications receiver first and having a listen around on the bands before you do anything else, just to see, have a listen to 80 meters and 40 meters and that. You can listen into QSOs and that and see, is it for you first before investing in a transceiver? Because you're going to put down to get a half decent HF transceiver, and you want to get something a bit bulletproof proof from the 80s or 90s. The one that I use here at the minute, I haven't keyed it up in over the year, but it's an Icom IC735. It's a 100 watt solid state rig from the mid 80s. You'd be looking to get something like that, and you're gonna leave £200 or £300 behind you for one of those. So you might be as well off just getting something like the Kenwood R600 or a Frog. What's the one I have there? The Frog 7000 or something like that. Just have a listen around first and see what you think before making that extra commitment. And of course, you can always sell that to put towards the transceiver later. SB is on 2 meters and 70, but he doesn't use it because it's full of arseholes. So many amateur radio users are hardware snobs. Correct. I agree with that sentiment entirely. Anyone remember Dr. Don? He is a year dead this month. Can't say I do. So getting a transceiver, I would get a receiver first, a decent communications receiver. Have a listen around and then go from there. Don Moore doesn't ring a bell with me. Who was he? Maybe I did. Doesn't just ring a bell with me. So that's my advice anyway, White Sapphire. That's the best I can tell you. I just know it was just a twinkle when Jerry was around, when Don was around. Yeah. Oh, pirate radio. Oh, I see. Very good. Good jock in the 70s. Well, you know what? I can tell you one thing. There's not too many good jocks on the radio now. There's a little fly flying around here if you're wondering why I'm doing this randomly. The radio's gone completely crap to listen to. Jesus, man. It's useless. I actually find when I'm going, these days I leave here for work at about 6 o'clock in the morning. And Radio Caroline comes in on the radio beautifully at that time of day because the sun is coming up over Spain and all them places, so you're losing the skip between there and here, and it seems to be just on a sweet spot at that time of the day for Radio Caroline to come in. Comes in lovely at 6 o'clock in the morning. So that's actually what I've been listening to on my way to work. Most mornings in the last 2 weeks is Radio Caroline. Dave Fanning, if you'd shut up long enough to hear the music, yeah. No, the radio's fairly poor these days. Fairly poor indeed. Snobbery always seems to be a problem, but just isn't people bragging about how expensive their kit is. Yeah, no, you see, I don't know, I'm not going to slag amateur radio too much, although I'm going to mention that Practical Wireless article again. You can be sure of that, but before the end of the night comes round. But I think amateur radio in many ways was a great leveler for people because it didn't matter what part of society you were from or whatever, you had a common interest, you know, but it always sneaks in, doesn't it? One way or another. Oh, I have to say though, I've met a lot of amateur radio people who have been really good. So I wouldn't say it's the majority. Definitely not. I'm told there was a lot of solar activity the past few days. Did that make any difference to the radio? Not that I've noticed, but I haven't been anywhere near a shortwave radio or that, so I couldn't tell you. The 11 meters was hopping yesterday. Good man. We know who was on the radio then, don't we, Ray? That famous man from the Midlands. Where's he tonight? He usually sticks his head in for half an hour. Yeah, the 11 meters was hopping. Very good. Kev B says, if I bring my voltage standard to the Goblin, he'll take it for verification in the lab. Alright then, Kev, we might just do that. Where is it? I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll find it, and then when I find it, I will do that. Where is it? He usually lives in this sort of area around here. Yes, I'm sure it'll turn up between now and the Goblin anyway. Oh wait, here it is, here. It's hiding under several Avo meters. Come out, you little git. There she is, complete with little blue LED and all. I'll give it to you, Kevin, but what I'll say to you is you'll have to forgive my the wiring in this is of poor construction, to say the least. We just banged it into this little box. This is the little AD for, what is it? You tell me, Kev. I think it's an AD 458 or something. Voltage reference chip that have been turning up on AliExpress second hand and stuck onto these boards over the last couple of years. But I stuck in this little box with a couple of posts and a 3-way switch. So we lose 1 voltage reference. I think we lose 7.5 volts. So it's got 2 volts, 5 volts, and 10 volts, which is enough. So Kevin's going to bring it. I'm buying on his 6.5 or 8.5 digit meter or whatever he has there, and he's going to tell me if it's how shit it is, which would be nice. Thanks, Kevin. I appreciate that. Apparently, there was a lot of Aurora activity last week. Good man, George. He was live casting. I wonder where he is tonight. He usually pops in. He probably will at some stage, though. Right. 405 Line TV, yeah. Yeah, apparently as well, I've been discussing here from time to time, I've been mentioning that, you might be in work, you might be in work actually, because you work shifts. So we might not have George with us tonight. The 405 Line crowd starting up again. There's a little bit of noise there, so it looks like they're nudging in the right direction. So there might be an update which I can publicly share in the next 6 to 8 weeks. Of course, we're at the wrong time of year and coming up to Christmas, so could tiddle into January before that happens. But a lot of the business end of the stuff is done and dusted, so that's good. We don't know yet, Roundy. That has not been announced, so when that can be publicly announced, I will share all that with you. But I know it's not going to be. It's definitely not, and this is public. It's not going to be Channel 1, Band 1. So it's going to be in the Band 1 bracket, but they can't use Channel 1 for whatever reason. My brother-in-law is sending me sheds on Dundee. I don't want to buy a shed right now. You lunatic. Back to the chat. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see what frequency are on, what power they're using. But like that, with solar flare activity, now I don't think they're going to be knocking out the kilowatts. I have a feeling this could be 500 watts or something. 500 watts on Band 1 Vision. We're going to try, but I wouldn't be holding my breath that we're going to get on. We might hear a vision carrier on a scanner or something like that. But then you never know. Now solar flare, a bit of sporadic A or something, and it could. That'll upset those sets. Those whose sets are only fit for Channel 1. Well, I wouldn't be concerned about them if they get upset that easily. I mean, what do they want to do? I mean, I think that these group of lads that are doing this should get every praise that's going, that's available to them, because it's wonderful that they're putting the effort in and the time and no doubt the money. So if some git with a fucking HMV 701 or whatever is a bit displeased that they're not going to be able to get it on Channel 1, well then fuck them, Buy another 405 Line television. We're a smaller area. B4L Funny Times needs to get himself a new shed. Does anyone have any advice? Don't get a wooden one, would be my advice. Maybe get some sort of steel shed with a strong concrete floor. Perhaps someone else with experience of sheds would like to pass further comment to B4L Funny Times. Build a band converter. There was lots of plans for them back in the day. Yes, and the other thing is, of course, most of these single channel sets can be retuned. You can wind out the ferrite cores, and you can use brass cores to up the frequency and so on. And these people that have these sets will know this. So, As long as it's Channel 2, I'll be happy. Well, I hope it isn't Channel 5 then. Steel is a no-no. If doing a shed for amateur radio purposes, bury lots of earth rods below the foundation. A good idea, yeah. Mine is wood and concrete base. Once you keep it painted in good order, and the roof weathertight, it's grand. Nearly 20 years old now. Ray Bourne says, steel shed would be cold and damp. Well, I suppose. Well, I don't know. I was in a steel shed today now, and I have to say I was quite impressed with it. The non-drip roofing and all that, they can be good. Now, to be fair, they had poured concrete walls up to a height of about 10 foot. But I was fairly impressed. I suppose it depends. The wooden sheds there's pros and cons with them, like this one that I am. If I was going down this road again today, this wouldn't be what I'd get. I wouldn't get this again. I was in a bit of a jam when I got this, and it was a last minute thing. But it's lasting well. It's here 4 years now, and it hasn't fallen apart yet. Now, mind you, I paint it with creosote twice a year, and the proper shit. So I think if it didn't do it, it's very light. The construction of this shed is very light. It's not great, but and then there's a weight of stuff in it. Now I lined the floor with 3/4 plywood as well when I got it. Even still, you can see it's bowing a little bit this way and that way. Just a little bit in the floor, so it's settling. But whatever, it is what it is. It'll eventually go in the bin. Does your gear in the container stay dry and in good order, Odge? I've no problem with the container so far. And I have the container probably 3 years now. The container is bone dry. And everything is okay in there. So yeah, I can't fall out of it. Everyone advised me, do not get a shipping container. Whatever you do, to be damp and condensation on the roof and blah, blah, blah. But no fair. Now, it might be just because where I have it in the garden. So it's kind of sheltered by trees around it. And then when the sun comes around in the day, if it comes out, it shines on it and it heats it up every day. And I think that is why it's as dry as it is. Ray was on one of those shed. Bowing is like in a wood shed. Ask George what yours is like. Well, Ray, I might get to see it myself at some stage. Jesus. I know there can be. Your wooden sheds aren't great at times. Got a log cabin kit 2 years back. Bad move. The wood was very green and shrank a lot. Oh, shite. Yeah. That's it. They just throw it. Well, I notice with this, there's sap running out of the outside, but the other time you get a little crack and a load of sap will run out and all. Which they don't. They just, they cut the trees down. They don't give them any timber, any chance to dry out or acclimatise, and they bang them out. But that's what they do, If you want, I looked up band one frequency allocations there. There seems to be mainly ham and walkie-talkies. Well, actually, something roundy moundy that could be quite interesting. Here's something I'll discuss briefly on that. A year or two back, Ireland, Comrade decided to give radio amateurs in Ireland a block of frequencies from, I think it was 35 megahertz to 70, and then 75 to 80 or so. Some massive, wide piece of spectrum is now available to us to be used on a secondary basis. And I'm wondering, now I haven't looked into this in great detail at all yet, I've just been wondering, but I am wondering, with my license, if I could transmit a vision signal, amateur television, I think it's 200 watts ERP or something, but I'd have to look into it. What the mechanics of that is, because then we could build a little transmitter, and we could go up to some very high location, and I could transmit 405 line television on Band 1, probably Channel 1. It's not blocked off here. It is in the UK for something they're doing over there, but not here. And we could see how many people would receive my test card. It's something I'm thinking about, but not strongly. But it's now can't do Odge 405 or whatever. You cannot broadcast on amateur radio, so that means no live video, only a test card. But the interesting thing will be, the coverage, reception reports, and so on and forth. I know someone who did something a little bit naughty on Band 3 a few years ago, and they had a 10-watt vision modulator, and they broadcast test card C on 405, and they gave a Sony 990 television to a friend of theirs who was going on holiday in a high location about 25 miles from their house, and the report on the test card was 5 and 9. So that was 10 watts. Now Band 1, Band 3, blah blah blah, but it could be interesting, and that's why I wouldn't completely rule out the fact that when this British Heritage Television crowd get going, that we may be able to pick up some sort of we could be far enough away from them to get them on the skip or whatever, Band 1 would come in well line of sight for sure. It would. Now, and of course, this naughty person, who will not name, was using a Yagi, a Band 3 Yagi as well. So you've got the, 10 watts coming out the arse of the modulator is going to be, well, they say it multiplies by 10 or, whatever the gain is, and it could be 100 watts ERP at the end of the Yagi. So it could be interesting. Mate of mine in the hill near Arklow can get French TV when the skip is good. Very good. Yeah, French TV was a bit of a problem back in the day. Fire a 405 TV. Now there's a strange thing. I read a couple of years ago, and some of you remember the television magazine with Roger Bunny's articles on TVDX. And there was a report, and this was around 93 or 4, this magazine, that someone, I can't remember if it was himself or someone, had picked up a 405 line NTSC colour test card. And it was bizarre. And there never was no more mention of it. Just a small little line or two in the article. Wednesday, 3rd of April or whatever, something unusual. 405 line NTSC test card was picked up. Really strange, but there was never any more about it. I only found out lately that the Beeb experimented with 405 line colour many moons ago. So I know a couple of people around here who have experimental 405 line NTSC television sets. I know one person who has a Bush that was made around 1959, 1960. That's NTSC 405 line. And I know someone else that has an Echo. So they were heavily involved, all right. So there's a few of these odd bally televisions still around. David, I think, has a pie, if that's right, White Sapphire. Yeah, so that's 3 at least that I know of, and there's more. Apparently, legend says that there's one in the basement of Television Centre. Who knows? But interesting nonetheless. So yeah, no, 405 NTSC was a thing, alright. And I know someone that was messing around with a Thor 2000 who had a modulator. The Aurora International Standards Converter, or whatever it was called, could do 405 NTSC, and someone modified a Thor 2000 for it. I've never seen one live, but from the reports I've heard, it's 405 line NTSC isn't too bad at all. Apparently, and they were seriously considering this as the way forward. Then when you look back from now, you think, Jesus Christ, what are you thinking? But it probably made sense then. But they took so long procrastinating over it that, PAL 625 was the only show in town when they eventually did get around to it in 67, Grid Runner, Shack, acting the mega. A friend now Silent K seconded to the USAF to work in Julian, Alaska in the 50s, captured the BBC during the Queen's coronation from Hull Moss while out there. That's quality DX, yeah, sure is. Link may fail to attach, it most likely will. This is filmed in 405 line colour. I'm not sure if this is the original upload, but I remember on that you could see the camera slowly drift out of conversions. See below, and then the link does not come up. And I don't think the link will come up, Roundy. I don't think you can link. Because I have links turned off because of all the nonsense that goes on. I don't know how to put the link up either. Think about that one, Roundy, because it's good to share things too. It's terrible that I have to have the links turned off because of all sex bots and I've had some success with 405 line broadcast with Hack TV and Hack RF SDR. Now, Grid Runner, have you been naughty with this? Have you been going, outside the confines of your house with this 405 line transmission? Because I know the Aurora knocks out a fair little whack of RF out, to be fair. Like, if you plug in on channel 1 into a band 1 Yagi, you'd know about it. These knock out a fair little punch. It's as weak as water. Fair enough. Oh dear. Hack RF is good. I have one as a Porta Pack and use it with the Havoc firmware. It's great for hacking key fobs. I don't see any link Roundy, I'm afraid. It's not coming through. Sorry. I can't go out with this and put a link in or whatever. I don't even know if it'll let me put a link in, I'm afraid. If you could tell people where to get the video or whatever it is, suppose that I'd have to do. Someone using the chat. I love this. We've got 30 likes and 27 viewers. It just doesn't make sense. Okay, search after the live. Obviously, good man, you see. Roundy knows the breath. The Seekers, full performance, London Palladium, stereo, 1966. Cool. I'll have a look at that myself there, Roundy. Only mods can post links. Oh, there we go, Roundy. Roundy, do you want to be a moderator? And we could make your life hell, and then you can put the link up. I can do it right now, Roundy. Say yes or say no. I can make you a moderator just to put the link up, and then I can remove you as a moderator if it bothers you. Place your bets. Betting in. There's a poll for you. Will Roundy accept the job of moderator? Roundy, don't give me an answer on that now until we see the poll. Because I want to see where people are going to go with this one, right? You retracted the message, right? Let's see what people think. Oh wait, that's not a poll. I'm making an arse of this again. I'm writing that as a comment. Doo-doo-doo. Jerry has put YouTube and watch. And that was held. So I can show that. Funny enough, it came true. Weird. Link came true for really. 100% have said yes so far. Right? I know if there's a discrepancy from 100% yes, that Roundy Mooney himself has voted no. They're all lovely girls, father. If you haven't voted, please vote now. This is a very important. This is probably the most important poll we've had since the start of Odgenodge on the internet. I will desist from answering this one. They're quick clickers, they sure are. Okay. Place your bets. Betting and nine votes and 100% yes. Only 9 people voted. Now, probably was a little bit quick on that. So, will Roundy be a mod? Well, Roundy, you answer this now. Do you want to be a moderator? You're all right. All 9 ye. Aha. Roundy, you're now a moderator. By the way, give them hell, right? Don't take any shit off this crowd. There's now a moderator for your channel. That's it. You're going to have a little spanner beside your name now. Cool. Thanks, Roundy. I can always revoke it again at 21:30. I suppose I could, but I don't know. We'll leave Roundy in there for now. It might give you all a bit of a slap. Make sure you all thumbs up anyway. Oh, right. Roundy Mooney, it's in blue writing with a little spanner. Roundy's gonna come along now and fix the chat with his little spanner. Roundy Mooney comments, I will personally review each sex bot that comes at us. Christ, I'm going in. We've had enough of this. That wasn't a lost on Brum Adam anyway. This is a family channel. White Sapphire moderates on Vera. It's not all that hard. I usually join the UK Vintage Radio forum and moderate there as well. Roundy Mooney is happy to help. Could we all thank Roundy Mooney for being our new moderator here? He'll give every sack spot that wants over before moderating them. He will. He'll personally bring them off into a little room and check them out, make sure they're not too sexy. Jesus Christ, this is wonderful stuff. Well, the UK Triple R is probably a different kettle of fish. It probably is a different kettle of fish, Arlie. Wonderful stuff. Will Roundy Mooney be a mod? That was a question I was asking and not a poll. I can delete that now. Roundy Mooney is now our new moderator. Congratulations, Roundy. Peer pressure, peer pressure is a terrible thing. We're told in school not to give in to peer pressure, And then the lads actually used to stand around someone and go, peer pressure. You had to do it. Wonderful stuff. That's all. This has been an interesting chat so far tonight. Everything in moderation. Roundy, I'm going to redact that moderator thing there now. That's how you ended up as a prefect at school. Wonderful. Right, I'm going into the house. Now I always like to leave you with a bit of music before I go. There's there batteries in this arsehole? Yeah, there is. Batteries in it. If it was any use, I'd open this up and fix it.
Our United States address, the People's Gospel Hour, 55862, Boston, Massachusetts, 02205. Now, until next week. Very good. Lord bless you and make you a blessing.
You have been listening to a sponsored program. The headline for which was purchased by the promoter. The opinions expressed were those of the producers of the program and not necessarily those of the staff or management. If you would like to add your own views to those you have just heard, Manx Radio has regular programs.
Manx Radio does gossip, rents out time. I've never heard that before on Manx Radio. That is very strange. You have to be so careful. You're getting so many copy strikes this weather.
I think that's what makes it difficult.
There you go.
I talked to this amount, so I am in the lucky circumstance that I have more good strikes. Thank you very much. Good luck.
Well done, sir. Thank you very much. Cheers. That's okay. Yeah, okay, we've got Frank Lampard here, so I'm not going to let you talk, Danny, I'm afraid, because Frank's coming over to speak to us, and we better do that live. Frank, commiserations defeat after a good run of unbeaten games. What did you make of it tonight? Not our best first half. After a great start, obviously, great goal by Alex, but it's our game wrong. We had a little bit of control, but the killer moments of the two turnovers to their goals spoke a lot about their counter-attacking threat. I think it's probably the biggest threat, in my opinion, because of the level of fire they have at the top end of the pitch and Steve. So we had to shoot ourselves in the foot, and we were off go with them, and it was a great time. I think we sort of hit them, and in the end we were pushing, but the first half was the one that decided to win. You've got some players in this team have done very well. You've got a decent unbeaten run together. How important is it not to be too down about the setback like this against the team that just lack of we want to run. It's our job to correct little bits, and maybe with the test and the learning curve for us in the game in the first half, we could really choose to win. So when we take things, we could look at them.
I hope that's been an illuminating broadcast you've been listening to there. Yeah. Oh, I'm back in the chat. Roundy Mounty, Mrs. Of course, I forgot. Mrs. Odgenodge is a moderator as well. Mr. Nighthole, yeah. Press gang. He took the crown out of the bottom of the beer glass. Yeah, no, Mrs. Odgenodge is not going to the Goblin. Unfortunately. I hear they're looking for a good man with a spanner to adjust the channel tunnel. Try to go for the MV7, mate. Great day. Yeah, sure is. No cowbells. I didn't shake the door hard enough coming in. Oh yeah, now he turned off the cowbells. Anyone miss Mr. Chipmunk? I don't know. I have seen that on Big Clive's live stream, everyone gets excited about fire. I didn't realise how popular fire was. I'm very fond of fire myself. And, you know, vintage radios and fire mix greatly together. Wonderful. All I have to do now is sit back and watch it all come in. They need an adapter to marry the Imperial to the match. No! No! What you're saying there, Roundy Mooney, is a bastard child. Right? Metric. By the way, I think the Brits, they want to get away from that AF stuff. They want to go. If they're going to go that way, they need to bring back BSF and Whitworth. You know what I mean? Definitely. BSF. Everything should be quarter-inch BS. Quarter-inch Whitworth. You know? Bicycle, you know, and bicycle, remember bicycle thread was British cycle thread. Yeah, have some of that action for yourselves. Good man, Roundy, I think those did his first bit of moderating because a game ball comment came up and it went straight to sound straight away. I'm going to do this again, actually. It's the anti-static spray. It's not the switch cleaner. You needn't worry. I have that much money to be born on. We have money to burn on. I don't like the way the whole can goes on fire when I do that too. But it's a lot of childhood memories here, actually. You know, the old Lynx can. Nothing like the old Lynx can flamethrower to get rid of all the flies in the room, you know. Actually, where's that little fly now? There you are. He's over here, look. He's not going to be a fly anymore. Right, I better be careful. I'll end up burning the beard off myself, which wouldn't be good. I would put the Prodigy on Roundy Mooney, but the unfortunate problem with that is the Prodigy will come along for their pound of flesh, and I will have to pay. One of the electrics, great for the flu fries, yeah. Did I hear a woofle? You see, what does the word woofle mean? This is what I was trying to figure out. I suppose, is that the noise it makes? I used to do that with a can of WD-40. Pour mets around the lid, fixing flange, light a retreat. When the valve melts, it makes a giant flamethrower. Oh, yes. No, we used to do that. I remember Halloween time will come up, and I suppose for people in England might understand that. You know, you have your bonfire night is Guy Fawkes night, which is, if I remember correctly, the 10th of November, around that. Whereas we light bonfires for Halloween, 31st of October. So things will be put into this bonfire, like gas bottles, and cars, and little children and stuff. Great time of year. Clive invented the word woofle, and yes, I think it is the sound that makes it very good. Tommy wants to know, am I live now? I will have to check, Tommy, and I will get back to you. I'll tell you what, Roundy Mooney, would you like to look after that comment? Thank you, Roundy Mooney. See, this is working out really well. Look, I have to do this pointing. Do this. Very good. As Chipmunk made it, 5th of November. Sorry, my apologies. The death of the only man who ever entered Parliament with honest intentions. That is correct. Yes. Why that got held? Parliament and honest intentions probably just didn't compute in the YouTube algorithms, and it said no for a moment. The whoosher got dropped. Maybe we could reenact the whoosher here, whatever that is. Was the whoosher not when he carbonated weird drinks? I don't know. If you're just along for the chat. Thank you all for coming in. We've got 32 people watching now. I think there must be something else on a Sunday as well, because when I start up at 8 o'clock, no one is around. But at around this time, it gets going. And I don't know why. So maybe someone make that 33. Reese is in. So tell me this. Those of you who just came along, were you watching something else, or have you just all of a sudden decided to switch on the Odds Nod? By the way, those of you who have just come along have missed a very entertaining night of LED replacement tubes being tested. And also Bosch DAC-10 radios failing to work, and Sanyo RP7160s working after a fashion. Probably all watching Matlock. I didn't know Matlock was on, otherwise I wouldn't be here audio al. They get drunk. They're all right, so they have to be drunk to be interested in vintage radios and televisions. I was out watching live music. Very good. Gary Robert. Gary, you're another new name to the chat, I think, perhaps. I do find it hard to remember all these names, so you will have to forgive me if I look at your name and go, I haven't seen your name before, but I actually have. You will forgive me, I'm sure. I only had one gentleman here a couple of weeks ago. I got very, very upset that I didn't read out his comment, and then abused Mrs. Odgehog and all, so we had to get rid of him. Well, you didn't really abuse that, but he was getting a bit out of hand. He started saying I was anti-English and all, which didn't make sense. Or they could be listening to Rewound Radio with John Mufford. Anyone else who had a thing where their missus comes home drunk, kicking off, slapping on the trolley about nothing in particular? Christ almighty. No, not particularly, Reese. That's not a problem I suffer from. Thank you. Post away and we'll get it up there if we need to. Thank you, Roundy Mooney. It must be just you, Reese. I would evaluate your personal circumstances and move from there. However, on a vintage radio, television related thing, I have a number of items in a spare bedroom which have to be moved in the near future. These include 3 vintage televisions, 2 vintage. Oh, there's another fly. Bear flies seem to be in the shed, because what happened was I left a lot of bottles in here one weekend and they multiplied. So I'm waiting for them. So if I look like I'm doing something a bit odd here, just bear with me. Where's he gone? There he is, over there. We might have got him. We don't know. It was enough to bring the centre light on inside though in the dark, which is interesting. Obviously the spiders in here aren't doing their job. I don't really disturb the spiders too much, and there's quite a collection of them. There's already a big lad that lives down there under the bench. He comes out in the day and he sort of sits there, you know, and then he goes in at night. But he's obviously not earning his rent. I'm gonna have to get rid of him. Fucking flies just gone by again here. Let's see if we can get him now. I have to be careful where I point this flame, obviously. We don't want to. I don't believe it. He's still going. Jesus Christ. He must be like a little miniature F-14 or something. Right, let me catch up with the chats, everyone. Sorry, I'm getting carried away here, blowing up me fucking chat. I don't know a great deal about vintage TVs. Could you explain in layman's terms how I produce a picture on a 405 line television? Reese, do you own a fuck off? This is getting out of hand now. I'll end up burning the whole shed down to get rid of the fly. Just like gracefully drifted by me here, so I think he's earned the right to live on at this stage. Blah blah blah. Television. Picture on front. Do you own a 405 line TV? And we'll take it from there. Clive has spiders that are terrified of the war. Say they are. I'll tell you, the old wasps have gotten it in here before now. Will you fuck off, little arsehole? I have a little fly killer thing in the shack, battery powered. I'll have to wait till next year to use it, yeah. But you need a standards converter. That is right, Kevin B. Kevin B has much else where he has and what television he has and whatnot. You will need a standard, yeah, right, okay, yeah, I might. Patrick Bourne here in the chat. How are you, Pat? Hope you're keeping well. Nice to see you popping in. These are all popping in fairly late, so I am wondering. A couple of levels. I might do a poll in a minute just to gauge interest. I start the live chat at 8, but you know, I may be as well off leaving it till 9. But we'll do a poll and you can tell me what you think. You will need a standard. Oh yeah, sorry, right, I read all that. Does anyone know where I can get a new set of video heads for effect? I'm going to stop reading that because I don't. Someone else might though. Yeah, you need a standard. Fuck off. Oh, there. I take it an old VCR is a 625 sorts. It sure is. Or an old Skybox. An RF output. Yeah, I got an old Marconi. Cool. I don't know what that is though. Marconi had well gone out of the business. Can you give me a model number? It could be like a Thorn 1400 or something. I've only had the back of it to have a look. Alright. Thanks a lot, lads. Yeah, okay. Yes, it is. Skybox DVD player. Sorry. No, that's not off subject at all. That's perfectly within subject there. That's what. Bear in mind, some modern Skyboxes, yeah, that's right, don't have the RF output. That's right. They sort of disappeared around 2018 or so. Don't just turn it on, give you Brownie Round is giving you solid advice here. I'm not going to read that out, read it yourself. Hi from Dundee, Scotland. Been listening to Shortwave and Medium Wave DX for 50 years and have a small YouTube channel in my name about testing all radios. I enjoy your channel. Bush TV was amazing. Thank you, Mr. Gordon. Thank you. Try Donberg Electronics, yes. But do wear the nappy when you ring them because the price might make you shit yourself. Hi, Jim. Opposite end of the island here, Southampton. Got about 100 VCRs in the front room. I'll use one of them. Should be able to use one of those. Could work. Some don't have AMOLED composite. Yes, I know that. Roundy, I'm going to replace the main filters. Then light bulb. Yeah. Can you give us a model number if your television recently? Might be able to give you some more pointed advice. Wouldn't recommend going over all the caps first. I wouldn't recommend replacing them all for shorts or completely open caps. Yeah. Was raining up there in Dublin. Sure was, Paddy. As I say, if you could give me a model number for your television, we might be able to give you more practical advice. He's got the schematic there. He's got the circuit diagram, lads. Don't panic. We might be able to tell him a little bit more about his television set if we know specifics. 35 on air, 33 thumbs up. Someone has not pressed the thumbs up button. Roundy Mooney's going to go round to your house, put your front door in, and he's going to push the thumbs up button for you. So we're looking good. Right. Our slight request maybe. I keep talking about this because it's sitting on the bench in front of me. Anyone who has any information on this, without sending me the Radio Museum page, because I've seen that, I'd appreciate maybe an email off you. This is the Listen Shortwave 3. And if you have suitable tryouts in your stock, 2-volt tryouts, I will be interested in having a discussion with you. Listen Shortwave 3. Tryouts of use, information. Welcome. And now we come to that segment that we come to every Sunday night at around this time, when the October issue of Practical Wireless annoys me so much that I show everyone here watching. The special jig which one must construct before they even attempt to solder two pieces of wire together. Oh yes. Now I went into this in great detail a couple of weeks ago, which will not be revised here due to annoying my loyal subscribers. However, the jig, oh yes, that jig, lol. Chipmunk, Roundy Mooney. Understand how much this thing annoys me. This is a special jig that you can construct so that you can solder two pieces of wire together. I still haven't figured this one out, lads. It angers me so much. I mean, Mrs. Jonjo wants me to go into therapy now over it. It's such a problem. However, what was I discussing before I see? You know what I need to do? If only I hadn't paid £8 on Truppins for it, I'd bring it out and burn it. But I'm not, because £8 on Truppins can't be burnt these days. Although I could burn it in the fireplace and that would heat the house. Not to the value of £8. But however, a lot of people have given me the thumbs up, which I appreciate. Thank you very much, everyone, for doing that. Your support means a lot. JJ, there is no update on the Dynatron, Mr. Mooney. But if I had got out here during the week, I would have tidied up the area around it enough to run it up and let you see it here. But I have not. I haven't had a chance. Things are just fucking nuts here at the minute. Look at the Internet Archive about radio articles and so on. I'm not finding anything on it. And I would say, someone asked me, what is the oldest radio that I have worked on? Jim Garden. And I'd imagine it's going to be that one. Because that's early 1930s. Before that, I have a 1936 Cosser TRF set, which works quite well, although it wants the main smoothing block replaced. Which I've been meaning to bring out recently and do a video on, but I haven't got around to it yet. So we'll have a look at that though. I bought it off a friend of mine off the forum a couple of years ago at the MVCF, and I've been quite impressed with it. Well, I haven't used it in years. I was using it in the old house, so it's probably wrapped up in cling film for 4 years. But it's a good set. It's in nice nick. Oh yes. Now, Don't forget, boys and girls, Super Chat is enabled if you feel the need to send me just enough to heat me in my shed for 10 minutes because it's getting cold. Although I am surprised that some people who do live videos on radio spend an incredible amount of money, which is fascinating. Here's a soldering related laugh for you. Oh, should I look at? See now, Roundy, if I click on that link now, I'm going to end up not being on YouTube. Roundy's trying to upset me. He's trying to do. Oh, wait, hold on a minute. I can do it on my phone. Right, of course. Let's not be silly. Oh yeah, seen that one before. All right, that's a classic. Everybody must look at Roundy Moundy's link. Actually, no. Nobody has to look at Roundy Moundy's link because I can show you. Although the only thing is, this camera doesn't really focus as well as it might. You can see what's going on there, I'm sure. Oh yes, a bit of soldering. Arseholes. Jesus, the word just angers me lately. YouTube channels, which, you know the way every week I mention YouTube channels, good or bad. Last week it was the odd couple with the bus, with the broken engine. This week I want to mention someone who's on YouTube a very long time. I don't know how to describe the channel, but it's one that I sort of look in at time to time. And in fairness to them, they do some interesting stuff. And it's a chap called Cool Dude Clem. I don't know if anyone's ever heard of him. He's on YouTube a long time now. And does a lot with not very much. I think it's fair to say. I've got one of those ancient Weller iron guns. Comes in handy when you need a bit of oomph. I had never liked the gun soldering irons, to be fair. But what works here, works here. Glasslinger might help you out. He's big into early kit sets. Says Jerry, yeah, didn't consider that. To be fair, the tryouts that are used in it aren't incredibly rare. And I'm hoping I'll probably pick them up at the Goblin. Yes, but we'll see. I really want to hear it going. You know, I think it's going to be an interesting set, lads. But I want to know, it needs a grid bias battery, and I want to know sort of how much grid bias I need to apply to it and stuff like that I'm not sure about. Audio Al, burnt fingers. Audio Al, how's it going? Nice to see it. Clem is quite interesting. He does indeed do a lot with not much. He does rant a lot, but yeah, his knowledge is quite fairly. Yeah, he goes off on little tangents and that, but you know, it's the kind of thing you sort of you give credence to him. You know what I mean? Yeah, I see you posted on the forum about it, JJ. Did you get much back in terms of info? I got zero information back. That wasn't the word about. Yeah, Shango Anthony's funny. Yeah, well, I suppose it depends, you know. It depends. Let's actually say, did I get any info back? Because I checked. Did I get any info back? I haven't looked at this in a while, actually. No, I got 0 replies. So, obviously, it's completely unique. Yeah, a lot of fellas in the 70s and 80s used soldering guns because they were quick to heat up alright. But the other trick was to get like your ordinary Antex or whatever and put a diode in series with a switch, so you could switch it to half power in between using it, so it'll heat up a bit quicker. Oh no, it's obviously a rarity, alright, Roundy. Yeah, no, I don't think anyone's saying it because he's made it and so he didn't want to post back. No, I think it's just an odd body set. I could probably try another query in a couple of weeks because sometimes everyone doesn't see all the queries and all. But no, they're pretty good, alright. A lot. Let's say Chipmunk has a sticker on them saying, "Don't press the trigger for more than about 10 seconds." What a laugh! The good thing about the gun is they can input a lot of power. Handy for soldering director chassis, etc. Yes, indeed. Yes, although I gave it a length to someone that never came back. It was a Weller 100-watt soldering iron and had a big bit on it that sort of went this way and bent into it like a chisel shape. That was a right bugger for soldering chassis. 25 people watching. Where have you all gone? They've all died off. Where have all the viewers gone? All gone and died. Oh, John. Got the straight bit 65-watt version of that right here. Ah, yeah, so Chipmunk knows what I'm talking about. Wonderful. The best tools are always the ones that get lent out and don't come back. Oh yeah, I said I was going to let the fly live, so I'll leave him alone. White Sapphire still here. I know you are. Still listening, just being busy writing dodgy code. Oh no, wait. This is Henley Solon. Oh yeah, I have one of those brand new in the container. In its original tube packaging. Never had a plug put on it. I'm still here, I think. Hang on, I'll check. Good man, right? They were for soldering copper cook pots and kettles. That's right, yeah. They weren't really for radio work. You'd be getting fairly involved if you were using one of them in the radio. Although I've seen a few radios and TVs in my time that looked like some arsehole was using one. The 24-volt Weller for nearly 30 years, actually more than 30, treated it to a new high-temp bit this year. Good as new. Good man, Roundy. I have to say that Chinese thing that I'm using is the dog's Deodas. I'm really keen on it. I would recommend anyone to get one. They've gone up in price now. They're about 30 quid now from the 19 or whatever I paid for. Were really well made back in the day. They were, but I think this newer stuff now has overtaken them. Roundy has one of these as well, or a variation of it. Yeah, no, there's a lot of them kicking around. They're good. They're real good. And of course, if no one knows what I'm talking about this arsehole here. Although most people have seen me feature this before if they're used to the channel. This little git here. Motion sensor standby. It does, the only thing it doesn't do is make you a cup of tea. It's quite good. We need to get a night on speaker or some sort of a speaker for this little radio because it's working better than that. That was one we did in a video a while ago. There's quite a few things we need to get around to here. It's amazing how you can clean off the bench in a week and then it just goes nuts. Unbelievable. Unbelievable where all this stuff comes from. I don't know. William Fenton got one of those hanging next to the Solon also. Hold on. The Oryx Oryx. I have an Oryx iron here. This is an Oryx iron here. This was in John's shop. Now he had finished using it by the time I came in the same, but it was hanging on the back of the door, and it has a fully adjustable thermostat inside it. I don't know if it has a screw-on bit or not. Maybe it does. I've never tried it. It's an Oryx TC82. It's a nice. I used it once or twice here just to see what it was like, and it's actually a bloody nice iron. Metcal are good but expensive. Be honest with you, I've used a Metcal once, and the only thing I'd say about a Metcal over my little Chinese one here is that the Metcal heats up a little bit quicker. Chinese one might take 10 seconds to heat up. Metcal, 3. But you can boil water in the cup if you drop the iron in. Ray's obviously found a quick way of making a cup of tea for himself. A tidy bench is someone who has too much time in their hands. Yeah, I'm inclined to agree with that, to be honest. Reese wants to know, do we buy fully leaded solder? Well, we buy 60. I'm sure most of us here, I can only speak for myself, 60-40 tin solder. That's what I use. It's great stuff. I've tried the lead free. I haven't got on with it, so I'm back to lead, but it's expensive. Now that roll, I don't know what that was. I bought that recently. I think it might have been north of 40 quid. But then, it lasts, 10 years or whatever. 60-40 lead free belongs in the bin. I agree 100% there, Kev. It does. Lead infused Earl Grey. Oh, yes. Tasty stuff. Tasty stuff. So over the next couple of weeks, I have to clear out my spare bedroom, which has 3 televisions and several radios in it. So you're going to see a few, what I'm going to call awakening videos, where these TVs, I'll bring them out, bang them on the bench, power them up, see if they still work, which I'm sure they will. And we'll go from there then, if they don't. So you're going to see a couple of videos over the next couple of weeks. I'm just putting up the Eddystone here. We'll have a little listen around. As a couple of lads have said, there's been solar activity here and this and that and the other. So we'll have a little listen and see. We something odd about the shortwave bands. Or for that matter, long wave, medium wave. Sorry, I did miss a comment here. And Mrs. Odnodge actually went to the effort of sending me a WhatsApp to tell me that Reese's TV is a Marconi phone VT59. I don't know if anyone's seen that. Now that doesn't ring a bell with me, but it sounds like an early enough television. I would have to bang her up here into the Googletron and just see What that brings back, Marconi Tron. BT59. It rings a bell, alright. Instant data download in the UK Vintage Radio Forum. No photos. Blah 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 blah. Marconi. Because when you put Marconi into it, you get all these stupid radios. Oh, I don't know, but someone will know, I'm sure. The model number rings a bell in my head, though. I'm sure it's like 1959. I'll tell you what you could do. Dennis, you're allowed to say that here. Tell me what tube was in it. As in, what's the CRT? If there's a sticker on the bowl of the CRT, tell me what the model number is. That'll give us a good ballpark of what year it is. Much on the radio tonight, lads. Right, I'm going in to see a man about a dog, and when I come back, I'd say that bastard will have drifted so far off channel, it'll be on something else completely different. Oh, yes. Right, totally drifted off. Really should.
Resta con cui letterato.
Don't think he likes the computer all that much anyway. Right, back to business. And of course, I missed a load of stuff here. There was someone asking for a poll on brass versus a sponge. I don't know which. Will we bother with the poll? Everyone's had a discussion about it. Wasn't lying about the radio, alright. I knew she drifts. Your documents brass. The cowbells, ding ding. From Las Vegas, Nevada. No way. Cool. Are you an amateur radio person, or what is your thing? If you're an amateur radio person, I've got another question for you next. But let you answer one question at a time. I think you've all learned. You all seem to be into this. Flame, you know. You just want fire. I'm waiting to see little fire symbols in the chat. Melanie says, bump. And he is a moderator, so we should listen to him. He's a sensible man. That's why he's a moderator. Oh! You've seen her hair live, folks. Right. It's time for the poll. Time for the poll. Because I want to know something from you. You get one more of these. Okay, Paul. I'm going to ask you a question. When you're finished the poll, I might reward you with another one of those. How is your little one game, Paul? Right. Poll. Ask a question. Now, I'm going to ask that everyone gives this poll in particular their full attention and give me an answer on this if you can, right? Because I want to know. I want to know. That's why I'm asking, alright? Right, Here's a poll. 4 possible things. Remember, I may ignore it totally, but I am just wondering what your preferred start time is for Odge Nodge live on Sunday. I'm going with 8 o'clock. There doesn't seem to be many people around at 8. I think at half 8, maybe 9 o'clock is when most people start popping up in the chat. 27 now. There was only 19, 18, 19 for the first hour. Please give me a ballpark idea what you think. This poll will run for a few minutes, and please participate in this poll. Thank you. Guinness West Indies Porter going down. I was looking at a few bottles of them from Newry yesterday, and I was tempted. Let's see, sorry, as soon as I typed hello, I got called into another room. Good day, evening, everyone. Today is about 92 degrees Fahrenheit. I thought I heard a question about amateur radio. I was wondering if you're interested in amateur radio, which was going to lead to another question. I don't have to work on Mondays. If I did have to work on Mondays, I would not be here now. I will have to work on Mondays though, alternately every 6 months, which is going to mean this is going to get moved after Christmas to, because I will be working at this time, to some other evening for 6 months. So Sunday Night Live. Now, I might get another job in the meantime too. So we don't know. But this going forward won't be a long-term thing, I don't think. Silvad has been licensed for about 12 years. Alright, there's someone that I listen to quite regularly on YouTube, and sadly they passed away a couple of years ago, but they were a very famous radio presenter in North America who was also prolifically involved in amateur radio, and they were from Nevada, the state of Nevada, about 25 miles from Las Vegas. And that person is Art Bell, and I'm wondering, did you know Art Bell? Anytime I see Las Vegas or Nevada, I always think of Art Bell for some reason. No, Conway is only in the chat now. No, that's not good enough. I'm going to have to ask you to leave. Rowney's a moderator now, by the way, so he'll escort you to the door. You could go midweek, maybe. A lot of YouTube channels aim a weekend. Well, it'll probably will be midweek. We'll be looking at maybe a Thursday night live when the thing switches over. But to be honest, I'm hoping I'll be in a different line of employment at that stage. I'm not quite happy in the job that I have now at the minute. But we'll not go down that road anymore. 51, sorry, Reese. From Herdia 51. Oh, yeah. No, I listen to Art Bell, I would say I listen to Art Bell 7 nights a week. I find it helps me go to sleep, if I'm honest. Wonderful stuff. Pahrump, Nevada, that's right, yeah. About 40 miles outside of Las Vegas. Sorry, I thought it was a bit closer to Las Vegas than that, but you never met him. Sad. Sad the way he died too. The whole tear up there. He was a very famous man in radio in America. I mean, his show was called Coast to Coast, and it was syndicated in all 52 states and in a few other places as well. He was all over the place, but he used to do these oddball, like paranormal stuff and UFO and all this. But he had a massive listenership. Like, he had about 6 million people every night tuning in to him. Huge listenership. He was massive. And I don't know if everyone remembers, but back in the 90s, Aliens and early Area 51 and all that, that was really the in thing. And, everyone had alien stickers on their cars and stuff. And it was just a cool time to be around. And all that seems to have disappeared now, which is kind of sad, the way the world is gone, Don't hear much about Little Rain Man or nothing anymore. X-Files, of course, as Jerry says, was also huge in the 90s, at the same time that Art Bell was, and I think one kind of tied into the other too, Amazing. Cattle mutilations. Yeah, cattle mutilations are up. They were weird as well, Chipmunk, They couldn't figure it out. When you had a veterinarian on saying he's never seen precision cuts like this in his life and all that. I mean, what do you say to that? And these people, these weren't hoaxes. Like, well, certainly not on the farmer's behalf anyway, because cows are expensive. And you just don't do that to an animal anyway, the way some of them were found and all. Just the whole thing was fecked in the head, A line from Sneakers. Sneakers, that rings a bell. What was that? Forget that one. Yeah. I love the X-Files, actually. I must start watching it again. Used to frighten the shit out of me when I was a kid. No business watching it then. It's great though. No, the 90s was an interesting time, Midnight in the Desert. Chipmunk has. We're gonna put that in the chat. We don't know what it is, but of course we trust Chipmunk. He's been around a long time. I don't know if there has been full participation in the poll, but I'll leave it up there for a minute or two. Let's see if we hover over it. Might tell me. No, it just gives me the option to end the poll. Let's see. 21 votes. Oh, that's not good enough. There's 30 people watching. Please do vote in the poll if you can. Although getting a ballpark idea of where I need to be with it, which might suit me as well, actually, to be honest. I must say this Perlenbacher, it's lovely stuff, and it's reasonably priced for what it is. A 12-inch Triode 1959 doesn't sound quite right. I think your television might be a bit earlier than that, Reese. I think you could be looking at something a bit earlier. That model number rings a bell in my head, but I'll tell you what, it's an old one, 1952. Is it? Is that the television you're talking about? Sorry, I'm not on the counter. I don't know what's going on. And Rush Limbaugh's gone as well. Yeah, another radio character. There is a young radio character, the TV, yeah, 1952. That's what I was thinking when I heard Emmy Scope and thought straight away something. Yeah, 1952. She's an old, so she's going to be an old round CRT, 12-inch. That's an old set. You're gonna have Sarah's manual covers the console and table models. Yeah, well, they'll be the same chassis, just in different boxes. Yeah, you're going to have various issues there. Can I just advise you, the best advice I'm going to give you is go to the UK Vintage Radio Restoration Forum and join that if you're not already a member, and start a thread, and you're going to get a few people on there who will know them inside out and worked on them when they were current televisions, and they will give you the very best advice possible. All right, that's me giving you the best advice I can. Right, we've 22 votes. 20, obviously 7 people just cannot vote for various reasons. However, we have decided well, it's halfway between leave it at 8 o'clock and move it to 9 o'clock. So we might move it to 9 o'clock. We might push it back to 9 o'clock. I wouldn't worry too much about isolation transformers isolation transformers. Yes, Verdiac, not really with a television. I use a Verdiac here with televisions. Yes, I probably shouldn't times. But no, that's the very best advice I can give you. There's no point in me fluting around here in a live chat telling you A, B, and C on a television that I'm not personally familiar with. So we'll be talking shite. There's a couple of lads in there that won't name, but they'll point you in the right direction very quickly. Good stuff. Verdiac can be made from a multi-tap transformer with wander plugs, courtesy television magazine, the early 80s, yeah. Greetings from Belfast, Alan Riddle. I enjoy dipping into your channel. My father was in USB in the 80s, 90s. 3-element Yagi beam on our game wall. Very good. Welcome aboard, Alan. Mel's Hole, yeah. Mel's Hole. JC Webster, yeah. Mel's Hole. 111 to Art Bell, major fan. Hi Ray, still stalking you from Prague. Cheers, Dave. Good man, Dave. Yeah, no, and so many more as well. But I think who especially stood out for me was John Lear. John Lear always stands out for me. And you know, he went down that rabbit hole or whatever, but just John Lear's actual life itself, without all that mad shit that he was on with, was very interesting. You know, like the twin engine plane. He lost one engine and he got a medal from the FCC or whatever you call them, for being able to land it. He flew it under the Brooklyn Bridge and all this. He was flying 707s down in Africa for the CIA and all that kind of stuff. He's the only man alive that ever had every certificate that the FCC or whatever I'm saying the FCC, but I don't think it's the FCC. But the aviation authority in America could give. So he was an air traffic controller, he was a navigator, he was a pilot, he was an aircraft mechanic, he was a few other things. He was known as the only man who ever held every certificate you could get. If he had wrote a book, and he never did, funny enough, he was some boy. He broke his back as well in a plane crash. He used to do air races as well. And he broke his back in a plane crash and then got walking again and all. I don't know if he's still around or not. I think he is still around, but he must be up near 80 or past it now at this stage. Kevin B still misses the Chipmunk still misses Les Lowry John stories. Yeah. I thought it was sad when he died. I remember coming across the magazine with his obituary in '93 or so. I thought, they should have did a stop press and they should have put his photo on the front of the television magazine for that month, because he was such a massive part of TV servicing between the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s. Terrible shame. Remember, it's Kiss to 102.7 from Monaghan. He did entertainment and information before infotainment was a thing. He sure did. Now, he was light years ahead, and he was fucking wasted writing for television magazine. And in that sense, I mean that he had the writing skills to be an actual writer, a proper, an author. He should have been writing stories. He shouldn't have been writing about some Torn 1400 shit in itself. But he was certainly a very talented man in many ways. Dear. We've got 27 people watching now at the minute, so we're not doing too badly. And it's coming up to 11:15. I think my clock is actually after going a little bit fast. We might have to adjust the clock. So, a poll. I'll just take that up for the crack for no other reason than I can. Isolation. When I was young, 40 years ago, my dad put wooden floor over concrete in garage. Our poor dog got shocked when he sniffed my elbow with his back paws in the concrete. Oh, Jesus. Yeah. I'm lucky enough here. There's a wooden floor in the shed and all, and carpet and lino and all. I'm well isolated, and I know I do things that I shouldn't do here at times. And I was reminded of that one day when I touched the colour pattern generator on the television set at the same time. It let me know. Really let me know. Lessons were learned. I know, a good smack on the top of the set often sorted it out alright. I didn't do it the second time, Jerry. No, you kind of learn your lesson on that one. Although you know the way you do stupid things sometimes. I remember working on an AC/DC set on top of a stainless sink for some reason many years ago. That also was a rude awakening. I have not experienced that, Mr. Adam. No, I have not. I've heard they stink like feck though. If one of them goes off, I think everyone's earned one of these as well. You know, now and again. Ambersil is very explosive. Had to dispose of 72 vintage and very worn out CRTVs from a model Motel 6 when I lived in the States. Tried smashing the neck of a CRT with a sheet dragged over it. It sucked most fucking sheet in. Jesus. Oh, that is skip for you, yeah. No, I read that, yeah. Extended wolf. There is a xenomorph alien in the shack. Is there a xenomorph alien in the shack? The carbon footprint went up a notch, and you know what? Just for that comment, I want to do it again. Carbon footprint. To be fair, it's making it warmer. This is probably a cheaper way of heating the shed. As I said, you know, if you sponsor John Joe for 20 cents an hour or something for electricity, you can have heat. It's nice and warm now. To be fair, there's so much heat off that I can hear the roof expanding and hear it cracking and creaking like. You can't afford heat. If you're using a blowtorch, you were kicked. It's what? Handheld space heater. Yeah, no. He's okay around. He has a few face and no boxes outside. There's no flashy ones. I have tried that Brum Adam with various success over the years. Chased in the back of the fridge, and that pulled me back. Two of my mates found a telly in a skip and brought it to me. I didn't want it, so they took it to the waste ground behind the house and bricked in the tube face. The boom shook the house. Cool. You know, I think there was an awful lot to be said for kids and so 40 years ago being exposed to stuff like that. Like where I lived, you know, a 3-minute cycle on my little bicycle brought me to a waste ground where stuff used to get dumped. And, you know, I used to go down on a Friday evening in the summer or whatever and sift through all this shit that had been dumped. Now, when I say shit, I mean, like, you know, a house that was after getting renovated or something. Your man would dump all the stuff on this waste ground. And you'd go through and you'd find things that were useful. Like, I remember finding a little small 1-foot T5 fluorescent light. And I thought, oh, this is useful. And I brought it home and I put it in my shed. In the old house. This was when I was about 12 and I wired it up. And I thought, this is great. Oh, a little light. And stuff like that. I found a fan as well, like an extractor fan. I hooked that onto the side of the shed to cool it down. But children aren't exposed to anything like that anymore because they're dragged from school to creche to activities and all, and they're all transported in these 7-seater, you know, arsehole cars. And so on, and they don't get to live a life at all, which is, I think that's wrong, you know. I think kids have to go out and break things with hammers and hurt themselves and all to learn. But they're not exposed to any of this now, and I'm seeing that in my professional life now, where people are coming into work at 25 and that, and they just have no idea how to handle themselves with real people anymore. It's weird. It's really weird. Too busy staring at phones, friends. Yeah, we have an issue with fly tipping here in Southampton due to students, mainly. Local car park is always full of disposed microwaves. Found the 70s music centre the other year. Yeah, well, wouldn't fall out of it then. Helicopter mom's called Karen. Yeah, sort of. Hello, Otter. Yeah, no, there's certainly problems with the world and people growing up and stuff. Roof asbestos on a bonfire made a nice bang. I wasn't aware that it would make a bang. Thank you for informing me of a fun activity for Halloween. Yeah, 10-minute drive in the 7th year that has been taken over the driveway for 30 minutes. Yeah. One of Mum's carers can't read my joined up writing, lol. Yeah, no, it's all capital letters now for the young people. But I'm still young. I'm not. But you know, there has been a seismic shift between you know, people in their 30s and people in their 40s aren't that far removed from one another. And even people in their 30s and people in their 50s still aren't all that far removed from one another. People in their 40s, people in their 60s aren't that far. Like, we're all, you know, life experiences and stuff. Now, people in their 30s, people in their 20s, now, at the minute, it's like fucking chalk and cheese. I don't know. Something weird has happened in the last 10, 15 years. But they don't. I'm coming across people in their 20s and they've never interacted in the real world. You know, they've gone to school, they've played their PlayStation in their bedroom, They've done college for 4 years online, and then they've been fucked out into the real world, and it's like, whoa. They've no idea how to deal with situations or problems or issues, and you have to put everything on a plate for them. But then they turn around and tell you don't know what you're fucking talking about. It's a weird thing. It's a weird thing. And of course, I don't go on about that's not a universal thing either. But it's those people that I'm coming across in my line of work at the minute, which is why I'm looking for another line of work. I just remember that radio I mentioned in China a while ago arrived at the centre, and the handlers dropped it, wrecked it, and asked for $200 to have it sent in bits. And that's the end of that. So, what? True Roundy, recommended by doctors. In America, students are protesting because they want to use their phones in class. Colleague is nearly 60. I am late 40s. We're very similar. Yeah. But yeah, the bar staff down the local pub are like, how do you do this? Yes. There was a sticker for things for the radiation from the mobiles, everyone. And that blocky 3310s. I remember that, Mrs. Alchant. And until the advent of encryption, we had a realistic pro scanner which worked off a dice gun on the attic. My mother used to know the codes when she deciphered what they meant. Not unusual to live at home to your 30s. No, it's not. It's not. And there's a problem there as well, because, you know, when you hit 18, 19, you kind of want to be doing your own thing. You don't want to be living at home with your parents. Let's be honest. I just clicked on the heating there. At 25 cents an hour. You don't even get a spare wheel now. You get a kind of shit to spray into it when it goes wrong. How to build and light a living room fire. They had no idea. Jesus Christ, I was doing that when I was 7. I really was. I used to be sent out to the backyard when I was 7 with the hatchet to break up whatever firewood the granny had pulled out of skips the following week into little sticks. Go in, light the fire. Chipmunk has decided to give me heat for 2 hours. Thank you, I appreciate that. My heater, by the way, which you might be interested to see, because it's a vintage item in its own right, and I believe it's mid to late 70s, and it's made by the venerable company Philips. And I really don't want to show you the back of it, how I've actually wired it up, but of course there's only me working in here, so we'll show you this anyway. Where's the handle? Yes, panner down there, right? This is the heater. Now it does. Now, if I wanted to be real fancy and expensive and burn up Chipmunk's money really quickly, and of course Chipmunk, the £2 you sent me, I don't get. I get about half that because YouTubers can be bastards. Mr. Google likes money. This is a Philips, and it's a combined blow heater and and infrared here. So I have it on its lowest setting, which is 1 kilowatt. We can click that, and it's 2 kilowatt blow here. It's getting smelly because that hasn't been turned on in a long time. Usually 1 kilowatt is enough to heat the whole shed. Say, on a very cold night, say when it's 2 or 3 degrees out, if I come out here and turn it on half an hour before I come out, it'll be reasonably warm. And then, say, I can also turn on the bar for infrared electric heat, if it still works. Oh, it's a long time since I've used that as well. There she is. So actually, in total, it's a 3 kilowatt heater, but she's proper old school. Proper old school. Yeah, and being Philips, it's proper stuff. I must say, electricity is not my preferred way of heating anything anymore. And looking into oil heaters and alternative sources of heat. That chap that I linked you to last week, he's got some very, very interesting videos that I've been looking at during the week. Plant pot heaters and stuff like that. Anyway, Chipmunk, thank you very much. I really, really do actually appreciate when someone goes to the effort of doing that. That means a lot more than you might think. So thank you very much. Thank you. Moving on. Where does the milk come from? Asda. Yeah, well, this is another thing I learned when I was fairly young about where milk came from. Milk came from cows, because my cousins in the countryside have a dairy farm, and I used to get sent down there as a young boy to help out or whatever for a couple of months in the summer. So I knew where milk came from fairly early on. I learned how a lot of other things happened there fairly early on down there too. But very interesting. Very interesting. I learned how to drive tractors and spread slurry, put silage and stuff like that. And I must say, I'm quite fond of cattle. I don't like sheep all that much, but I like cattle. I think they're very graceful animals to be around. Roundy Mooney, the very best of luck to your daughter in the morning with her driving test. I wish her all the best, and I hope it all works out for her. Fair play to you. Jerry can smell the dust pouring from here. No, it's a bit stinky, actually. And that's my own fault. Like any of these things, you should really turn it on once a month or whatever, just to burn the dust off it. Way better than anything. I wonder, is it similar to mine, Sapphire? Good man, Rowney. We all wish her the very best of luck. Right, I'm going to go back in again. We're 3 hours into this now. We've just got north of 11 o'clock. So we'll see how we get on. Of course, I will leave you with the musical stylings of something or other. That sounds as interesting as anything else. It is in a minute. As soon as we went in, because Mrs. Algernon was watching on the laptop inside, and that was the radio had completely drifted off. Two, of course, everyone's favourite, the electric fence, right? And of course, several people have lost interest, and I don't blame them. However, we're back. Electric heat is on. I think it's actually 35 cents an hour now for that, but it's money well spent. Let me just catch up slightly quickly with the chat. We've got 22 people watching, which is good. Cowbells, White Sapphire says, Cowbell seems to be a theme here. I like that, by the way, White Sapphire, that you say cowbells when I come back in. It sort of turned into a little thing in its own right. And of course, those cowbells are very, very famous because they hung on the back of the front door of John's TV shop for many, many years. And that noise is the noise that I used to be a little bollocks. John would be in the shop working on something, and I would sort of put my weight against the door and then open the handle, and you get this big crash of cowbells and the door will fly open. But they were just wonderful days. They really were. And I even sort of knew at the time that I'm living in wonderful days, because everywhere I read about was memories of people working in TV shops. But I was still doing it, and we were still in that game that had been made obsolete. It was a strange time, and it was wonderful. And I don't know. I can't describe how great it was to be a part of that. Sometimes people get involved in a different convo about cowbells. We offered help, and she got on her high horse and told us she'd for her. She came back for her turns out she wasn't apparently in the engine. Oh dear, Dennis, that doesn't sound good. What's happening? I don't know. I'm just seeing your message there now because, I don't see all the messages. I'm sure if you were on Big Clive Live or something, you wouldn't. We only see so many because they come in pretty quick here at times, okay? So you have to bear with me. Crilly, get yourself down here, you little bollocks. Len Brennan, good woman, white sapphire. Yeah, that's how I feel mending these VCR recorders. The only person in the country fixing many of them in one go. Rather you than me, Reese. I never talk to them. Chipmunk TV repair shops were fun. Bought an ex-rental TV from Granada from a repair shop. Just bear with me here. I'm having a bit of trouble seeing the comments. Just, I don't know what's going on here. Right, we're back in action. Irish Pirate TV was a thing. There's not much info on it as such, but there was an Irish Pirate TV station in around Philsborough area of Dublin in the mid to early 80s, which was on for a few months. Apparently it was a bit of a deal at the time, and it got quite a following. I think it was called Dublin Television or some such. But yeah, no, Irish television, pirate television was a thing. Brownie Mooney says that these saw stations were few and far between, probably was like given the size of the country and how they existed in Dublin and Cork. Are right, they did. I've been on many live stream and thought I must have said something wrong because I can't wait for hours before I get revived. It's just because things get busy. That's exactly it. Yes, Radio Nova had one TV broadcast before getting shut down because government thought it would have become just as popular as Radio Tuesday. Channel letters. Oh, for fuck's sake, you arsehole. On the mat though, not so bad. I must say I'm quite impressed with my little box for putting the Sony EC10 in, or the Eddystone EC10 in, should I say. It does fit it quite nicely. This was actually a box for the microscope, but it's just the right dimensions for the little Eddystone, which is quite handy. I wasn't aware that Teenage Eve was a pirate TV station on one stage. And on a riddle, I remember Claremont Cairn reception. My parents discovered that we would get is snow in 82 because the BBC cherry picked matches during the Falklands War. World Cup 82 was Spain. Oh, right. Okay. Chipmunk was 9 in 82. Had to do a project on the Falklands War. 4 years before the Hand of God. 1 year before. I didn't know I was born. Sailing up the channel. Yeah. Little did you know it was fucking 5,000 miles away or whatever it is. I've never seen any pirate television stations personally here. Otter. 73, good year, roundy roundy. Must have been a good year, alright. Funny enough, my favourite push cutter TV was made in 1973, so yeah, it must have been a good year. All the fury about licensing North and South, I think the old ITV digital model we have in the early 90s would be very attractive now. It probably would be alright. It's turned into a right arsehole, hasn't it? That is true. By the way, someone asked me earlier on about lithium charging controllers and stuff, and this is one here. This camera won't focus, so there's no point. It doesn't. It's sort of a set focus webcam effort, but that's the little do for there anyway. A very well made little board for the couple of pence that it costs. I don't know how they do it. I really don't. But it's money well spent, you know. I love the way the flame it turns on the sensor lights at both ends of the far sides of the shed, which is quite interesting. I'm not cold anyway, so that's good. He thinks he's reading. Some great music came out in '73. It sure did. Love music from that time. Yes. How about TV senders hooked up to a VCR? Sounds a little bit naughty. Ours all sorts. Wump, 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 mega wump. Oh yes. Oh no, fail the born. I'll tell you, that's one way to start a Ford 4000 on a cold morning. The sensor lights on boiler flues, the bane of domestic electricians' existence. Oh yes. Very extended waffle. Here's a poll now. Here's a poll I want to ask for actually. Let's see now, right? Dave O'Toole has just popped up here. I always wanted one of them there Dave meters. Never did get one. I do have an Ampro AM510, a bunch of cheap I want. Well, I've got a lot of multimeters here, Mr. O'Toole. And whilst I picked this Fluke 28 Mark II up very cheap recently, very cheap, not very cheap, but at a reasonable price, I still kind of always reach for the 83 Mark III that I bought maybe about 10 years ago, which is over there somewhere. Fluke will always be my go-to. If someone says to me, you know, I'm looking for a multimeter, I'm going to say Fluke. Even though I know there are brands out there now that offer more functions for less money or blah, 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 blah. The Fluke is going to be the thing that in 50 years' time, it'll still do what it says in the tin. I don't care what anyone says. They're the business. As for the Avos, you'll pick up an Avo for about 50 quid on eBay. Well, that's fair enough, Otter. I don't know what way to approach that after that. Um, never too late to get an Evo. Absolutely chipmunk. Starting at 42,000, while starting the old forklift, we gave it a whiff of petrol. Yeah, now that made a whomp when the flame started lit up. I'd say it did alright. No, that's fair. What I used to do was I had a Dexter years ago. I think I said this last week, so I'm repeating myself perhaps. I had a Dexter years ago that was hard to start, but I had a rag. I had a cab on it actually. It was an awful thing. It was some home constructed thing with road signs and all. It was rough as a bear's arse. However, I used to keep a rag in the cab on the end of a stick, dip it into the tank, light it, and hold it to the air intake to start it. Worked very well. Maybe I'll splash out and everything. Now, the amp probes are a decent meter too, yeah. Like, I won't get to be bad with the fluke, like, in fairness. But, if you were telling me you wanted 1 meter for the rest of your life, it'd be a fluke. I wish I was as rich as you and just about all vintage technology and restoration channels. They all make these impossible to get and expensive things seem so easy to acquire. I take umbrage with that. I'm not rich by any standard. Most of the things that you see in front of you have come from skips being given to me or come out of John's TV shop when I was closing down. This, to buy new, would be a decent amount of money. But I managed to get it second hand at a very reasonable price. Okay? These Fluke 12Es are on AliExpress for about €70. That's not an awful lot of money, okay? If you go out and get yourself a job or whatever, you're getting €15 an hour. I mean, you can save up €2 a week for so many weeks, and you can go out and buy yourself a multimeter. So I wouldn't say that I'm putting that out there that's out of reach. Ray's here. Just have to get lucky. As Chipmunk says, it's all about luck and your approach, right? Parker where the diesel tank was, yeah. Northern Rambler is just home. What have you missed? You haven't missed much. I don't know if you were here for the Lesson Lamp or the DAC 10 failure, but you haven't missed much overall. People have come, people have gone, other people have popped in. It's been quite interesting overall. Avos are cheap occasionally, but also can be quite expensive. You have to keep your eye out for the Avos, but you can pick them up cheap still. That's certainly true. We've only just started, says Mr. Chipmunk. Oh, there's a man speaking with confidence that thinks I'm going to go till 1 o'clock again. Flukes are obsoleting a lot of parts for meters lately. Yes, I'd agree. Terminal pans for the 87s most notably are common to fail. They are. You notice he finished the bottle but didn't ask any of us if we wanted the glass. Oh no! Sorry, Dennis. All good here. Good man. Mrs. Aldridge is always concerned about yourself, and she does ask about you, to be fair. We're probably overdue a visit down to you, actually, at this stage of the game. I found a really old Ava from the 40s or 50s, and the woman said €20. And the less interested I looked, without saying a word, it became €15, 10, a fiver. And I still didn't get it. It was missing the leads. Could you not just, made up a set of leads now? Yeah, I would have given her a fiver for it, to be fair. Yeah, to be fair, I've got genuine Avo leads hanging up here, which I wouldn't use if you paid me, because they're crap. Here's one here. Look at this. It's the little hooky thing on one end for going on the meter, and the other end looks like something that you do something naughty with someone. They're useless. Useless fucking things. I don't even know why you keep them. Well, I do know why you keep them. They're actually worth a couple of quid. To coppers that want the original Avo meter. It's not that I'm saying that I probably wouldn't sell them either, but you don't throw them out. But they're no use. The best thing to do is to buy a decent set of leads, cut the shroud off, and stick them in the top of the meter. That's what I've done for years. My mother's father won their first. Jesus, the comments are coming in quick and fast, lads. Looking at the Avo days, those took Jerry back 45 years. Yeah, and did you think they were shit as well, Jerry? I don't know. I never liked them. This idea of, you have this big, it's like a jumper cable. Like you'd start a bus with this fucking thing, right? And then you have to stick this thing in the top. And then the top end always goes loose. They're not a good design. This one's actually in tremendous condition for its age. Of a couple of others there that are gooey, sticky shit. But they're crap. So what I always did was I got like your shred. The way the shroud is around the leads, the Avo leads or that. Cut the shroud off, and then you can push it in the center connector, and you've got a decent lead that way. Yeah, no, I thought they were shit. Yeah, the hook thing would come loose as well. Yeah. Then you had the other doofer that had the push in doofer with the shroud around it. That wasn't great either, to be honest. Otters All Sorts wants the BT meter that John Ward has. I wonder which one that is. I wonder if it's the one like the ones I have here. One of these. Oh, with leaky displays. Oh, these sound like Avo things or something. Push button fluke. Oh, yeah, like the old 3020 or 8020 or whatever it's called. Right, by the way, to keep everyone happy, I've looked at the results of the poll, and when I was inside, we had a small discussion with Mrs. Ojnodge. We have decided that next Sunday we're going to push back the kick-off time to 9 p.m. to see how it goes. So we can see what way that works out. I don't know. I'm not plugging out that heater, actually. It's getting warm enough in here now. Well, I think 9 p.m. might be a goer. I think 8 p.m. might be a little bit too early for people. I don't know. But we'll certainly see. We can certainly see from there, you know. 8:30 would have been good too. Yeah, people didn't vote for 8:30. I don't know. We'll go with 9. We'll just see what 9 does, right? And we'll go from there. I mean, nothing here has to be set in concrete. I'm not gonna say, you know, right, we're doing this at this time and that's it forever. That's not gonna happen here. I'll do whatever the fuck suits us, and that's everyone as a collective. Obviously, we can't please all the people all the time and all that shit. But Northern Rambler is after banging in £2 for a couple or three of kilowatts to warm your shins. Well, Northern Rambler, I appreciate that very much. Thank you very much for that. What I don't like about YouTube is it doesn't give me it doesn't give me the option to pin a chat support like that. Right? I can pin a normal chat message, no problem, but I can't pin that. Why is that? You think that would be something that would let me do? Anyway, Northern Rambler, thank you very much. It's good to see you in the chat, by the way. Always welcomed. Otters Vintage Altar says, what I don't like about YouTube is everything. Well, that's going to be something you're going to have to resolve yourself. YouTube cannot run their own platform. No, I suppose not. Perhaps they have difficulties. They self-pin if the larger variants of Super Chat, they sit there for the time related to the money. Oh, I see. All right. So if someone banged in a 50 quid, no, would it be there for all time? I say. So rather interesting stuff, this. Now, as I say, in the next couple of weeks, things will get slightly interesting. I've got 3 televisions to bring out here from the house. The Bosch AA23, my famous one, which I use every Christmas, and I kind of intend to use it this Christmas again. But I've had the Grundig Megatron, which I don't know how many of you remember the Grundig Megatron. There's a poll. There it is, a poll. Right? And the poll being, how many people remember the Grundig Megatron? Right? We can't say, you know. Because I don't know, quite a few people have come along since then. Them early halcyon days. Oh, I think we know exactly what it was specifically listened to. Well, we could certainly guess. If memory serves, Davis was basically a repeater for the Scottish TX at first. Interesting. More polls than horse. £5 will sit there for a few minutes. €100 one like Fran got last night will sit there for half an hour. She still didn't bloody notice it though. Well, if you drop £100 on me, I'll notice. I'll even send you a personal gift. Provided you email me with your address. Yeah, no, Jesus, £100, like, you have to acknowledge that. Jeez, that's a massive help. Because what YouTube are giving us for the ad revenue lately is not what it was 2 or 3 years ago. Not to mind that I've never gotten that much out of YouTube anyway. You're generally on average €1 a day, but that has gone down to around 60 cents a day now, which isn't much. Like, the dream would be, if I wasn't such an arsehole and took this seriously, and actually, but then again, in this genre and what I'm doing, you're never going to get that interest. Like, you look at Hubno, it was, I don't know, nearly 90,000 subscribers now. And he goes around buying 80s and 90s bangers cars and makes videos about driving them up around and fixing them and whatever. And he makes massive money. And there's people like that. I don't think anyone's ever going to make any money doing what I'm doing, because it's such a niche subject that you're never going to get that kind of interest, unfortunately. But I could diversify. I don't know if I wanted to. I don't think I'd like to leave this. And what I could do is, using the knowledge that I've learned built up from this channel, I could start another channel doing, mechanically based things and very interesting things on other subjects. But then this would get, and I like this, and I don't know, it's a fucking the head thing. It's hard to know what to do. But, if I could earn a living off YouTube, Jesus, I would jump at it tomorrow. Because I really do enjoy this. I enjoy this interaction. I enjoy making videos on interesting things and so forth. And I have so many interests. But, like, there's no money in it, obviously. So, you can't turn down a job that pays good money to sit in your shed and earn nothing. So, it's a hard one to call. It is a hard one to call. Chipmunk does not remember the Megatron, but wants to know about it. We will show you. We will do a revisit the Megatron video. There are, if you look back through my video history, there are a couple of videos on the Megatron. He does indeed put a lot of time into what he does, Roundy Mooney. He does, and I put fuck all time into what I do. And that is obvious, because you're watching me through a piss pot fucking €20 webcam, and he does this and that and slicing and all, and that adds up, Clive hates huge donations. They make him feel hugely awkward. I can understand that. I think if someone actually did drop 100 quid into the fucking thing there now, I'd probably feel a bit. Not that I wouldn't be grateful, but I think I think a £1 here and a £2 there and whatever, and the odd £5 or £10 is nice. I think some fucker comes in and if you're sitting in a pub having a pint and someone come along and lobbed fucking £100 at you, just walked out, you'd probably feel a bit, I don't know, but not that I'd say no, but it's a bit of a strange thing. Now, the Fox was the Reliant, wasn't it? A Reliant, it wasn't a little van, I think, if I remember correctly. I don't watch too many of his videos. I have seen a couple of them. So I know what he does. Like I've seen a few of them where he was in New Zealand and that, and it was quite interesting. The beauty of Oddsnodge is literally turn on and go from there. That's not a bad thing, by the way. Roundy. Roundy, what have you done? A small for kilowatts for the heater. Now, we're going to have to talk about this. Jesus, this is a massive donation towards the channel. This is going to upset all my algorithms. I'm going to have to ring Mrs. Oddsnodge and tell her that the whole budget's being upturned for the month, that she's going to be able to buy herself a new pressure cooker. Jesus Christ. Thanks very much, Roundy. That's greatly appreciated. A $2 donation can be pinned to the top. I can't. I look at the comment and I can't pin it. Now I can pin a random comment, no problem. But when I click onto a donation comment like yours, let's see if I can. If I click on here, it says report, remove, put user in timeout, remove moderator. I don't want to do any of those things, but it doesn't give me the option to pin. But if I go in your following comment, Roundy, it says at the very top, pin message. So I can pin that. And 67% of you don't know what a Megatron is, so we're going to have to look into that. But see the way I was able to pin that comment, but I couldn't pin the fact that he put in. Now, obviously, it's auto-pin, maybe. Oh, yeah, and you can see the line running through it. So I think it auto-pins for a few. Yeah, but nah. I'd like to have more control over that, I think. Let's unpin that comment, because it's not there for any specific reason. Thank you very much, Roundy. I have this thing in my head where I want to make the shed electrically the electricity bill for the shed neutral, right? So I've been taking in on average €30 a month off YouTube. And last month was a little bit better because I have gotten a few donations with the YouTube thing, which have brought up the average. So the last month gone was 40. whereas the average was 30. So that covers, a 35 cent a kilowatt. It kind of covers what I'm using here in the shed. Well, the fact that I'm not around either to use it, so the dehumidifier and that. But I have this thing where I like it to be like, cost neutral, if you like. Now it's not really cost neutral because I still go out and buy parts and stuff and whatever. It's not a very expensive hobby, to be fair. I know people who collect buses, and that's an expensive hobby. All right. Carbon neutral, and you haven't thought of just ending it all, or you have a very strange way of thinking. You need to just cheer up, pal, right? Everything is down and down. Life is good. Life is good. Life is short. You'll be dead tomorrow, and so on. JJ, the donation is pinned, as pointed out by at the Chipmunk. Send you a grab. No, I see that the donation is pinned, but the lower denomination, or your donation is pinned there because it's a larger. But there was donations there for, say, €2 or 99 cent that B4L put in that were not pinned, but I could not pin either. The £2 ones don't get pinned. See, Chipmunk, 2 currency unit ones, yeah. But like the 99 cent one that B4L sent on earlier on, I couldn't pin that. Which I'd like to. I mean, if someone sends 5 cent, I mean, that's better than kicking the bollocks. I'd like to be able to stick that up there for a minute or two. People would say, look, your man was sound. He sent a couple of cents. Listen, lads, I'm going in for a second and I'll be back. I'll leave you with something. I don't know what will I leave you with. I always leave you with something.
Great opportunity to discuss bilateral projects in the field of economic cooperation, energy, in particular joint projects in the field of civil nuclear energy.
There we go.
Food security.
Thanks, lads.
And the security situation in the neighborhood with its multidimensional implications. Referring to the bilateral civil nuclear projects, namely the Chernavoda project and the small modular reactor plant, SMR project, Minister Aulescu highlighted their important potential for strengthening Romania's energy security and implicitly at regional level. The two officials also addressed the prospect of including the wind energy sector.
crack, lads. You lads just love listening to that electric fence. Now, I'm going to have to catch up with the chat, obviously. One of the things I want to know is, and I'm going to investigate it slightly, is why does the Eddystone EC10 drift so badly? Because it has no business doing. Like, I mean, they went to effort of sticking in a voltage stabilizer and all for the oscillator, and it's still a complete pile of shit, which baffles me. So it's something I'd like to look into. The fences are the reminder that the radio was torn out. It is. And that's a good example of an EC10. Like they're worse than that. I mean, they've been known to drift 10 or 15 kilohertz within the first 10 minutes. You know, and this is what the Eddystone were knocking out as you know, a prime example of a transistorized communications receiver. Fucking arseholes. They some of the stuff they did, they made lovely gear, but some of the shit they made was just shit. And the Eddystone EC10, like, other than the cuteness factor, it's a small little communications receiver. Oh, look, it looks like the big one, but it's small. Oh, like, after that, shite. I have a Perdio something or other here, which isn't here, it's in the container, which I did a video on a while ago. That has an RF station and it's 10 transistors, just like the Eddystone EC10 and all. And it's a far better performer. The only thing that hasn't got is the BFO. But other than that, is a far better performer than the Eddystone. The only thing the Eddystone really has going for it is the noise cabinet. You know? No, it's a total disaster. So let me catch up with the chat here and see where we're at. Get the Wadley Loop received and no drift with them. Well, mainly no drift, yeah, when they're working right. Let me just see where the chat is here, because there's been lots of chat. Slip slide in away. I take it that is to do with the drift. Faded out your radio, sheep zapper. Yeah. At least the buzzer is still running. All is good. Yeah. Now if that fencer stops, you know the end of the world has happened, right? I mean, people talk about the buzzer on 4625, but no, if that fencer stops buzzing on Odds channel, we've got serious problems in there. Gear meant luxury, so more fake wood and fake leather than a non-gear version, yeah, pretty much. Like John Kilber, when we hear where they slapped his name on a BMW, yeah, true. The Irish Navy will launch nukes if John Joe's buzzer goes off air. Maybe we should set up a second channel, which is 24/7. The fencer, the buzzer, the squeaky wheel, the fencer. That's a genius idea. I'm going to play a small piece of audio for you. I can't show you video footage due to, intellectual property and so on. But I'm going to play a small piece of audio footage. And I want you being the people at home, to tell me what the noise is. Right? That's just me kicking bottles. Don't get concerned. Right? I'm going to play it now. You tell me what this noise is. That makes sense, Simon? I'll play it once more. Just. Good evening, Mr. King. I see you're in the chat. Good to see you. I hope I'll see you tomorrow. All being well. I said I'd see you tomorrow. I'll get in touch with you in the morning about what time I get over to you. All being well. The hedge trimmer. It's not a hedge trimmer. It's something much bigger than that. That's a twat up the road from me on his bike at 5 p.m. It's not. No. You know what? This is a hard one. You'll never, ever guess what this noise was. Petrol mower. No. Much bigger. Me blending soap. No. It's not the noise of that either. It sounds like a 40,000 with a governor busted and running out of control. Look, she'd want to be doing about 6,000 or 7,000 rippings to be making that noise. White Sapphire. It's not. Maz V12 engined 8x8 truck. No. Knackered power washer. No. I don't think anyone's ever gonna get this noise. And I can't directly tell you because it's IP. In a roundabout way, but I could show you a picture of what it is. But it's something I was driving earlier on today. Okay? I'd love to show you the video, but I just can't. But I was driving it, so that gives you Jerry, if a Leyland Atlantean made that noise, there'll be a serious problem in the world. Right? I wouldn't like to be at the controls of a Leyland Atlantean making that noise. You're close though, in a kind of roundabout way. Combine. Oh yes, Jerry. Challenger tank. No. No. Jerry was in the ballpark. I can't say though, and I never will. I probably won't even acknowledge you, even if you do. But one more time. To be fair, it doesn't sound. It's not going quite right either, so it doesn't sound 100%. Some kind of coach. I don't know. Yeah, no. Class A logo. No, it's not train. Oh, Jerry. Roundy Mooney's in the ballpark. Oh, Jesus Christ. I think I'm going to have to go in for a minute and get a drink. No. It's a tough one. Roundy Mooney's in the ballpark, though. It's not a Deltec. No, it's not train. But Roundy Mooney sort of in the ballpark. Sort of in the ballpark. Time for cowbells. So, why do cows have bells? Nobody knows. Well, I suppose, you can find them, I suppose. No one's going to guess the noise. A knackered power washer, electric fence, batteries, tree shredder, Leyland Atlantean. Be concerned if an Atlantean made that noise. There's none of mulcher. An on-top tractor ploughing, no. A large two-stroke diesel with excited me to Deltec is my dad had the same engine on his Howard Rotac. Deltecs were only in trains. Detroit diesel. Oh, someone's being very paying close attention. If I said this was the weapon of choice I was driving today, that it wouldn't be far off. Yet. Not that particular on the picture, but one of those. So, Detroit Diesel wins the day. Fair play for guessing that. It's not easy because it's not actually running quite right. It's one that's kind of fit for the bin. But yes, it was one of those. Interesting side. Because that is that a Bristol VR? It couldn't be anything further from a boring Bristol VR. It's sad Gardner. Dump. No, it's an Irish-made bus by Sapphire with a Detroit 6V 7.1 two-stroke engine. A Commer. No, Commer. But William Fenton's not far off the button with Commer because they had two-stroke engines in them as well. That is such a violent shot. No, it's not. It's a beautiful noise. Young Otter. That is a beautiful noise, which should be, when I go down the ground, that's the noise I want to hear play. As they lower me down. Into the ground. That's a beautiful noise. Bombardier KD Decker from the 80s. Good man, no. In a nutshell. I'd actually love to show you the video because it's quite entertaining. But I pay, as you know. Maybe in the future we can start doing videos and shit like that, which I think will be quite interesting. But obviously, you have to protect the owner's identity and so on and forth, which is fair. So it could have been a Bombardier KD, but we'll never know for 100% sure. Could have been something like that. Could have been a Ford Transit as well. I don't know. I'm not at liberty to say. But it was interesting. I'm going in the next 10 to 15 minutes, so I'm just giving you a heads up on the end of the chat, which will be coming up soon. There's only 21 people watching anyway. Mostly people who are just, I don't, the real people were earlier on, and now we're into the not so real people, except for Roundy Minicars and so on and forth. But I don't know. How do you find the live chats are going? I think this is the 5th one in a row now. Well, it's at least a 4th. I find I quite enjoy coming out here on a Sunday evening and doing this. Lately, I haven't quite had the time during the week to bang a video out the way I would have had, say, even 6 months ago. But I do have the time to do this. And this is sort of... I don't want the live chats to become a replacement for the making of videos on the channel, because I think, obviously, the whole ethos of the channel is Irish vintage TV and radio, and it's promoting the preservation of vintage televisions and radios and so on and forth in Ireland, which I think is it's the whole idea. I mean, if I wanted to just do a channel about John Joe, I would have just done that. That's not what this is about. But I think this just gives me a little bit of breathing space when I haven't got the time to dedicate to doing something. That I can do this and whatever, and it's quite good. So I do hope that everyone is enjoying it. Now, obviously, I don't get as many viewers on the lives that I would get in a video. So, like, I did a video on the Murphy television a few weeks ago, which got well over 1,000 views. And on average, I would get between 300 and 500 views these days on a video, depending on what the video was on. Like, Pocket Radio wouldn't get as many views as a video on a colour television or whatever. Like, but it's in that bracket, 300-500 views. Whereas here, I sort of have concurrently around between 20 and 30 viewers. Now, I know there's people that come in at the start that go away, and then other people come in later on and go away, and so on. And that's why you say, and that's why I ask people to put a like in the chat, give the thumbs up, because it does show that, right, we've 22 viewers now, but we've 45 likes. So that means we've had at least 45 viewers. So not all the same people are watching all the time, which is fair enough when you get into a video that's we're into our fourth hour now, which is, to be honest, it's a bit ridiculous. They're probably, I would say, the lives might go on a bit too long. We're not good enough yet. I don't know, Jerry. You're on the mark, Jerry. I love a bit of live chat with similar-minded people. Thank you, Northern Rambler. I like talking here because I have nobody to talk to. Also, I like mentioning that I watched RoboCop on VHS today. Thank you, Otter. I've seen lads go down the route of lives exclusively. You're better off doing both as time allows, I feel. Yeah, that's fair, I think, yeah. No, I don't want to give up making videos, obviously, and that's not absolutely no intention of giving up making tech-related videos. Obviously, as I say, the main ethos of this, the whole reason why I started this, was to bring up an awareness of the fact that vintage technology can still be useful. And I wanted to stop people sort of, or at least raise an awareness that, see our Avo meter here. He is of more use to you than just drilling a hole in the top one and sticking a bulb on him. Right? And the same goes for much of this. And like, as I said, 90% of the stuff that you see here came out of a skip. Now, that has to say a lot for society today in general. When, someone can equip a workshop out of stuff that was being discarded, there's something wrong. But, that can be turned into something good as well. And I think stuff needs to be preserved. And I'm not saying that you need to fill up your house with stuff and ruin your life by collecting shit. That is not it. But, if you can have one, instead of going out and buying the latest transistor radio or DAB radio, whatever they call it now, you can go out and get yourself one of these that has FM and everything on it, and fix it yourself and put it in your kitchen. Well, then you're after saving the planet a little bit by doing that. If you're walking by a skip and see one of these, which we proved tonight work really well, pull it out, bring it home, give it a go, and if it works, put it in your shed. It's going to use less electricity than your current fluorescent light, And there's another little save. And it's all about these little saves and being aware. And then, as we go on, we share the history and the eccentricities of the different companies that made this stuff and so on and forth. And I think it's all to the betterment of man, slowly. So, I don't know. Maybe I'm talking shit, but this is just the way I see this. I'm just having a look here to see what you think, what your replies to this are. Yeah, to be honest, Roundy, I have looked at the previous ones, and yeah, it has been in around the 100, 150 mark. It's still nowhere near what a video would do. Please don't drink ethanol. Chipmunk, it is not for human consumption. I think our boiler does shit itself. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Chipmunk. I really am. That's not what you need right now. I hope that's an easy fix. Jesus Christ, you don't need that. Bro, madam doesn't want us to get started on converting AVO meters and radios to lamps. The live chat is great. You can interact with others of a similar ilk. You can ask questions, get answers, give answers, and generally have an enjoyable doing so. That's my view. Conway Noel, thank you very much. That is a very informative reply. And a nice one too. I do this and think this, but I end up with crap. Okay, things that are literally so damaged beyond repair. George Christophe did convert a radio, a lamp, back into a radio. He did, because that's the kind of head he is. Kevin B was put in the chat £1.79. Can't put exact amount in, just broken slider bar. Kevin, thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot. That is very good of you to do that. I do. No, seriously, I don't think people realise how much of a difference it makes. I really appreciate when someone goes to the effort of doing that. And I know it's not a fucking bang, life changing someone money or whatever, or what have you. But, like, Kevin's 179 there would be twice as much that my YouTube channel would usually take in on a daily basis. So that's basically 2 days revenue for my YouTube channel right there in that super chat. So I appreciate that an awful lot. I really do. And it helps because, you know, when we're totting up things at the end of the month or whatever, it can go, well, you know, this much comes in and this is how much I'm using in the shed and whatever. Or for electricity, because, you know, like, and I'm not just saying that because I know people, you're using electricity watching me and all as well, so it's not that, but you know, it helps, it does. And thank you very much. I appreciate that, Kevin. Crossover purposes again. Damn YouTube censored my earlier message to you. Sorry I missed it, Jerry. Is a word I told you. To convert steampunk junk into a radio, than it is to turn a radio into steampunk junk. Apparently it is alright. I didn't say that, neither to approve. Thanks, Roundy. I don't know, have a go again there. And that's pretty much it. Thinking of doing a video in the future with a live stream where I might tune up on the HF radio if I get it hooked up again. And for those viewers that are amateur radio people, we could have a discussion live on the chat. If anyone's interested, it could be quite good. So that might be one that we'll do down the road. GPO candlestick phones into table lamp. I just don't see the point in all that. Would you really want a phone as a table lamp? Or the Navometer as a table lamp? I mean, I often wonder, do these people even have table lamps as table lamps? I mean, what is the fascination with all this shit? And it looks crap. You know, it looks crap. I mean, I was in a pub there locally to me recently that was done up. And now, to be fair, it's tastefully done to an extent and all, but it still looks shit. Where they've got a load of copper piping on the wall and then a couple of bulbs sticking out either end. And, you know, I'm not sitting there thinking, no, this is shit. You know. They should get some dickety elf who sat at the bar for 8 years drinking bottles of stout and stuff him and stick a lamp out of his head. You know, I think that'd be more tasteful. Thanks, Roundy. I'm weighing myself soon enough. We'll catch you in the next one. We're looking at about 5 minutes here before I knock off, lads. So, say what you gotta say right now or forever hold your peace. people make a stand for the table with a genuine electricity meter wired in. Oh, and the meter works. Yeah, I have a couple of electricity meters here, actually. That's a good idea. I don't think I'd like to look at an electricity meter sat on top of the television telling me how much it's using, though. You know, I feel a bit guilty about using it. Although we often do wonder what happened to all those electricity meters that got pulled out for the smart meter conversions. They obviously all went in the bin. They were far better made than the shit that they replaced them with. I saw one with a super old elevator control panel that worked as a switch. One that was cool because you wouldn't have a use for the power otherwise, I suppose, yeah. Barely moved with an LED lamp. Yeah, that's the problem, isn't it? I'd have to see an L200 watt jobber in there. Still here, JJ. Scrapped. Yeah. Yeah, all in the bin. Shame. I thought Roundy Mooney would have rounded up a few of them. Oh, Roundy Mooney let them all go to the bin. 3 old Bakelite electric meters here, yeah. Good night, Roundy. Thanks very much for all your help. It's greatly appreciated here by myself and Mrs. Odge. You're very good to us. Only 2.3 million of them to go around, JJ. Must be some pile of scrap and pull a bag, alright. Right, lads, I think I'll say goodnight too. I'm going to go in and go to my bed. There's 17 of you watching, and it's been a pleasure having all of you here once again for this live chat, which has gone on for an amazing 4.5 hours. So what I'm going to say is now, I'm going to tell you directly right this minute, that next week's live chat will be at 9 p.m. starting. We'll just give it a go and see what happens. I mean, there's no harm in trying. It's hard to pick a time that suits everyone, obviously, and I can't suit everyone out all the time. But we'll try 9 o'clock and see how that goes, and we'll take it from there. I want to thank everyone for coming in tonight. I want to thank everyone who gave me the super chats in the chat, which obviously is a massive help to me and the channel and going forward. And I hope, I know it's not going to happen this week, but I'm hoping the following week after next Sunday's live chat that I will start to get at least one video out a week. Because, I mean, after all, that's the bread and butter of what we do here. And we have a lot of televisions to look at, a lot of radios to look at, and a lot of other shit to look at too. So, we want to keep it going. But I do want to make it 100% across to you watching me that you watching me here is very much appreciated. It really is. And thank you all very much. And we'll catch you again in the next one, of course. And I can't say any more than that. Only thank you. And next week we'll bring more fun and games. Good night, everyone. And take it easy. Good luck. And hopefully the next week coming will bring some good news.